Hello, everyone. This is your right geek, honorary man king, and leader of the Awkward Cough Squad here with Punchy Sonichu to discuss Marvel's Civil War, plus some other materials that were released around the same time frame. How are you today, Punchy?
Hello. I'm well. Still better than my mother, and still alive, at least for now. So, unfortunately, Marmaduke shall not be attending. I believe, correct. So,
yes,
it's just,
he had a personal emergency come up.
he has stuff
He's
come up.
fine. Yeah,
So
he's not in any danger or anything, but he's fine. Yeah.
Okay, so basically it's just going to be us two. So if anyone in chat
It's going to be us two.
wants to throw in, which is unfortunate because Marmaduke knows a lot more about comics than I do. But
okay.
we'll see how it goes. So
okay, so prior to this stream, I assigned some homework to everyone, and the homework included, of course, the original 7-issue Civil War book. It also included some extra material beyond that, including the first 14 issues of the Iron Man run from that period. And I also threw in something from later on in that Iron Man run, plus Casualties of War and Civil War: The Confession as well. And there was a method to my madness in choosing all of those things because one of my theses for the stream today is that the Civil War book, I don't think, is very good. There are a lot of problems with it. There are a lot of flaws with it. But there were some writers. There were some writers on other books in the same time frame that I think tried valiantly to what's the word I'm looking for? Redeem that event. And those writers include Christos Gage, the Knopfs, and also, believe it or not, Brian Michael Bendis. So, so, which, that might strike my audience as a little bit strange since Brian Michael Bendis is kind of persona non grata right now. But for a while, he actually was producing some pretty good stuff. So that's why I added the extra material. But I do want to say, because I know when I announced the topic for this stream on Twitter, I got some replies from my usual audience of people saying, that was trash. Why do you want to talk about that? And I will say, too, that Civil War era was not my favorite era either. I thought that Tony's characterization, as an Iron Man fan, I thought that Tony's characterization here becomes incredibly uneven. I also think that Captain America, Steve's characterization becomes incredibly uneven in this period as well. Sometimes it's consistent with earlier canon, and sometimes it's not, in my opinion. Especially if you look at the main Civil War book, and then you look at some of the tie-ins that were done by writers who were not Iron Man writers, the ones who aren't invested in Iron Man canon specifically, he doesn't come off as in character, in my opinion. The other thing is, when it comes to Civil War, I really hate the discourse around it, which I think is the fault of the marketing, because the way this was marketed is basically, here's a cage match between heroes, pick a side, right? So it casts the conflict in the Civil War as an either-or dichotomy, and it doesn't really acknowledge the nuances in the actual event. So I think that's a big problem with the marketing around it. And there's a problem with the whole intention behind it as well, because if you look at the people who were involved with that and what their motivations were, what their thinking was, in terms of some interviews that have come out about that period, it seemed like the intention was to have heroes fighting heroes, and that's basically it. It was contrived to be for shock value, really, and not because Marvel genuinely wanted to explore what would happen realistically if superhero vigilantes were a thing, which might be a worthy story if it was taken seriously. Actually, some some of the interviews with people who were involved with that event have suggested that it was equally likely that Steve would have been on Pro Reg and Iron Man would have been on Anti Reg, and that the sides were chosen basically at the last minute, and not because they were actually thinking deeply about what each character would actually think. So basically, anything I say today it's not meant to imply that I think Civil War was ever a good idea. Okay, but
Disclaimer.
I do want to also, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying disclaimer.
Disclaimer,
Warning.
disclaimer, yeah. Throat clear for the beginning here. But I do want to offer some meta, attempting to explain it on its own terms. And I also want to share the rationalizations I came up with when I read it the first time. And I was trying to make it make sense. Okay, so that's my upfront disclaimer that I don't like this. I think that, in fact, Civil War marked the beginning of the end of Marvel. Not because Civil War has lots of flaws in it, and I don't think it was a very good event. However, it's certainly not the worst thing that Marvel ever produced. And actually, when I was rereading the materials in preparation for the stream, I was actually shocked by how good it was in comparison to things that are being produced today, which just gives you an idea of how bad the comics that are being produced today really are. Because if Civil War is outperforming those comics, that really says something. Anyway, so yeah, so disclaimer. This is all me trying to make it make sense when I read it the first time, and not because I actually like it or think that it was a good thing for Marvel. I think Civil War again was the beginning of the end because after Civil War, because Civil War actually sold very well when it happened. So what happened was Marvel learned the wrong lesson from that, and from now on they're trying to replicate Civil War instead of going on to new storylines or new ideas, which means that for me, as an Iron Man fan, what that means is that I have to suffer through a lot of material of, oh my God, here's Tony being the quote unquote bad guy again, because we need to have more conflict between the heroes because Civil War was successful. Stop. Just let him have an uncomplicated, morally simple conflict for once in his life, please. Anyway, so that's that. But let's actually start looking at this event on its own terms. First of all, I'm going to let Punchy speak if you have anything to add with what I just said in my opening remarks.
Well, no, I thought those were quite good. For my part, again, I'm not as much of a comic book nerd as you or Marmaduke, unfortunately. It's something I've been trying to work on. I do have a bit of a background in Marvel. I was a big X-Men fan when I was a kid, and I like the Punisher and things, which actually reminds me later on when we start getting into Civil War, remind me to bring up Punisher and C.S. Lewis, because I think that's going to be my thesis for how Punisher ties into C.S. Lewis.
Okay.
But I don't really think that I feel the need to apologize going into this. I didn't think it was that bad. I didn't think it was that great either. I don't really have strong feelings about Civil War either way. I do remember when it came out, reading through some of the issues and not being particularly thrilled with them. But I think the original plan for this stream was to tie it in to the discussion on dystopias, the utopian novels. Yes. And I think that's actually one of the things you said, right, Geek, how this was the beginning of the end for Marvel, because that was what I was thinking as well. I think both in a sort of meta-narrative manner, like Marvel as a company, this is the beginning of the dystopia, as well as just through like an in-universe narrative. This is I would look at Civil War as the revolution that starts the dystopia, right? This is the early days when Big Brother is still just a functionary at Shield. You know, he's a stormtrooper flying a sentinel or something, and all the revolutionaries are getting in place to start the horrible dystopia that's coming. So I think in that sense, it is very valuable to talk about. It's very pertinent for the channel. And if anybody really hates it, that's fine. Throw up some comments about why you hate it. I don't know much about. I do know a bit about the heroes, but I know almost next to nothing about artists and writer drama. Like that's the kind of stuff that I don't really follow. I'm aware of some more recent things thanks to Zach's channel. But if you go into like Warren Ellis or anything, I'm going to be like, okay, I'm literally just taking it on face value. So if there's anything that I missed, I didn't even know who Sal was actually going through Extremis.
Sal was somebody that Warren Ellis invented. He did not exist in Iron Man canon before
really?
Extremis.
Okay. Yeah. Oh, thank God. I was feeling really stupid because I actually really liked his character when he showed up. I was like, oh, this guy's really interesting, like kind of an eccentric old hippie guy. And how have I never heard of him before? And I was like, I looked him up on the Marvel wiki, and I was like, oh, facepalm. This must be like whatever. So, all right, well, yeah, that makes me feel less bad then. But yeah, if there's anything I missed, just bear with me.
No problem. No problem. And we're not really going to address like writer or artist drama. Like I'm not going to talk about the Warren Ellis thing just because we're dealing with the Warren Ellis book, because I think that's kind of off topic.
Okay. I mean, we treated it like I'd be.
But I'm just going to talk about the content of the books, pretty much.
Yeah, I was just getting some echo. Did you get a bunch of echo just there? Well, maybe it's me. Hang on. Continue.
All right. So I asked the potential guests of this stream to read, in addition to Civil War, to read some Iron Man comics that are meant to take place prior to Civil War, because I thought that those comics provided some important context in terms of Tony's decision making in the Civil War event, and I'm going to go into that in a bit once we have laid the groundwork a little bit. So I had everyone start with Extremis, because that was the beginning of that volume essentially for Iron Man. And Extremis again was Warren Ellis's book. It was the first 6 issues of that volume, and basically in Extremis, Tony gets incredibly OP. Let me describe it that way, because he gets, out of desperation, he injects himself with this sort of techno virus that completely rewrites his genetics and basically enables him to move super fast, to mentally control his armor, to store the undersheath of his armor inside of his own bones, and also to actually connect with and interface with basically any electronic equipment, including Earth satellites. So because of this Extremis, he is so powerful actually that he can basically spy on you from anywhere in the world, and can do like multiple things at once.
Super Iron Man.
So it's the Super Iron Man, yeah, basically. And I wanted to start there because it's important to know that this isn't like in Civil War. We're not dealing with regular Iron Man. We're dealing with Super Iron Man, who has been jacked up by this new kind of super serum, essentially, and that super serum has documented in canon effects on his behavior and personality. So Go ahead, Punchy. What would you like to add to
Okay, so
that?
so basically, just so I'm following along, you're going to be arguing that he's basically a junkie at this point. Like he gets hepped up on this super soldier serum, and that's why he's so weird for the rest of the series.
Yeah,
Is that
that was it. That was my rationalization. Yeah.
okay?
So,
Yeah, that could be it. That could make sense. Do you know,
yeah,
is that one of the things that Marvel's been floating, or is that just like headcanon?
that is my personal headcanon to make it make sense, basically.
Okay. Well,
Um,
I think it could be right because I know like throughout Extremis, like the first 6 issues or whatever, they keep going back to like his alcoholism and his history with like drug addictions and things.
yeah. Mm-hmm.
So that could be. I mean, that could have just been the one thing Warren Ellis knew about Iron Man that he was referencing, or it
Yeah.
could have been intentional to draw parallels. Between Iron Man's weird
Yeah.
behavior and that stuff. So yeah, I'd agree with that. I'd say that sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. So here are my notes. Here we have, or I'm just going through my notes here on Extremis. So I noted here that Extremis is also a soft reboot of Iron Man that officially retcons his origin. So I've been asked in the past, when exactly did they switch from Vietnam to Afghanistan?
Yeah, this was.
Yeah, this is the time where they kind of made it official. And the other thing that we want to point out here is during Extremis, one of the themes that pops up during Extremis is basically what exactly is Tony being questioned. What exactly are you doing with your life? Essentially, are you, you're a genius. You're supposed to be making the world better. How are you doing that? There's a lot of questions of, is Iron Man enough? Basically, Sal, the hippie character that we were talking about in the pre-show, is one of the people that questions him about that. So Sal pushes Tony to think harder about improving the figure, and let's see if I can get that capture up.
Yeah, was that? Didn't he call him Dean Cannon or something? And he called the woman Edward Teller, which I thought was a pretty sick word. I like that.
Let me show you. Chrome tab. Go. So there we go. Yeah, so this is in their conversation here, saying you're both in trouble. It's just that he doesn't know it yet. You can barely look at yourself in the mirror, can you, Tony? You're rich now, independent. I have a feeling you do worse when you can, but it's not enough. What's the Iron Man for, Tony? So we have so we have this question that has popped up here. It's always the damn hippies that it's always the damn hippies that ruin everything. That's our storyteller in the chat. Yeah. It's always those damn hippies. But actually, it's a question that I think the implication is that this is the question that is on Tony's mind too, that it isn't just the hippie asking him this. Because in the beginning of the Extremis graphic novel, we see him, he's basically in kind of this depression. He's locked himself in a garage, and as Sal says, he can't even look himself in the mirror. I actually have captions from that moment too.
Making rude comments to people on the phone. Making very kind, un-PC comments to people. The mess.
Yeah, but we have him. As he's showering and getting dressed so he can go to this meeting that that his assistant called him about and that he made unkind comments to on the phone. And this is him looking in the mirror and thinking, what are you? And he says to his reflection, "What are you looking at?" And we have this like critical look at himself in the mirror, right? And hopefully this next capture comes up. And then I hate it when you look at me like that. So we have here, this is Tony really questioning, like, what impact is he having on the world? Is it a positive impact, and is it enough of a positive impact um, given his resources and given his abilities, right? So we have this theme, we have that theme coming up as well. And of course, the other thing that I always or that always amused me. I don't know if amuse is the right word, but something that always strikes me about Extremis is the fact that when he chooses to get injected with this technovirus, right, and he alters it so that he can make himself Super Iron Man, essentially, and and he turns off the safeties, which that's something that is actually very typically Tony to say, oh, to hell with safety. I'm just going to do it my way because I'm desperate, or I'm trying to accomplish something here, and I don't want to be slowed down by anything like safety, right? So that was the other thing that's funny. Yeah. So I wanted to. I started there in the reading assignments because it first of all establishes why Tony has all of these crazy powers that you're going to see in the future comics. But it also brings up what exactly is on Tony's mind in this period, and what appears to be on his mind is, am I actually doing enough to make the world a better place, right? So so it's what's happening here is he's being primed to become a lizard, so to speak, because as soon as you start thinking, am I doing enough to make the world a better place, once you start getting into that kind of utopian frame of mind, right, that's where bad things start happening, right?
Yeah.
And we're laying the groundwork here in this story. Now, all right. So, anything you want to add to that, Punchy?
Yeah, no, I thought that was pretty thorough. I picked up on a lot of that as well. One thing I was wondering was how much of that was congruent with old Tony. Like, is that fairly accurate? Because I thought it was, but again, I'm not as knowledgeable about Iron Man as you are. So you would give that a pass, that kind of soul searching and
soul searching. That soul searching is in fact consistent with earlier canon. Okay. So that's why I was saying in the pre-show that one of the writers that I think redeems this period is in fact Warren Ellis, because he's like I said, the Extremis is a soft reboot that sort of updates his origin and kind of brings him more into the modern era. But I think what's the matter?
No, well, I was going to say because I noticed the origin story too, and I was going to say some stuff about it, but we will probably get the stream shut down because best wishes to everyone out there. You know, I mean, you know what's going on if you know about the big A words. So
yeah, and quite.
Yeah, and as a veteran myself, I mean, it's been kind of nuts for the last week with people sending me emails all the time and doing stuff. So, but yeah, that was something I noticed too, that they updated, but they didn't update Captain America though, because he's still like 100 years old and fighting in World War II.
Yeah.
So,
right.
Is that one of those just like Marvel doesn't give a crap kind of things, or how was that explained?
No, I think it's that Captain America doesn't really need to be updated, because the whole concept of him is that He was created during World War II. He was created during World War II and then fell into suspended animation and was woken up later. So the only thing you would need to change is when did he wake up? But otherwise, origin can stay the same. So yeah.
So they changed his wake up date. So he hasn't been like around since the 1960s or whatever. He came back to fight Taliban or something, or is that the
basically he came back just prior to the dawn of the 21st century, essentially. I think that's what they're saying. Yeah. The way it works is that any material from like the comics from the 60s, 70s, and 80s, they happen roughly 10 years ago in Marvel time, or they happened like prior to the year 2000, but not the 60s anymore. I believe that's how the Marvel time works, but but yeah. But the point still stands that because he's the character who was created for a specific conflict and then fell into suspended animation, you could still have him be created for that specific conflict without messing with your modern day timeline at all.
They just changed the suspended animation time. That makes sense.
Yeah.
One
they did have to.
Just
go ahead.
Real quick before we get too far ahead. One other thing I wanted to say in relation to Iron Man specifically and the Lizard, because that was something that was going through my head the whole time I was reading this, especially in Civil War, because I actually really liked the way they characterized him in this. I liked the kind of soul searching and dilemmas. I don't think it went. It might be one of these situations where I'm reading more into it than the author intended, because I tend to give people the benefit of the doubt and kind of approach things more positively than perhaps they should, like with Squirrel Girl, for example. I know I've done that with Squirrel Girl, but I thought it was kind of interesting the way that he's definitely Lizard adjacent, right? He's an engineer. He's a genius. He's got this technocrat mindset, right? The idea that you can come out and you can approach society and government and politics as an engineering problem, and all you have to do is become the CEO or become the chief engineer or something, and then you can fix everything and you can take charge and you can do all these good things, right? And that's one of the core principles behind the progressive movement and behind dystopians in general. And I think we very often get the idea that the lizards behind these kinds of things are just monstrous people, right? They're like the what's his name, the guy with the long fingernails from the C.S. Lewis book, or they're the big brothers who are just out there to hurt you and torture you with rats and have you getting eaten. But I think many of these people start out like Mark from the C.S. Lewis books, right? You're idealistic. You're not necessarily evil. You may be a little bit misguided, but you're doing things because you think it's the right thing to do. And I think Iron Man is even more sympathetic than that, right? Like he presents kind of the positive first steps on the way to Lizardy. But I do think that there's definitely this undercurrent of lizards. Almost like I was looking at Civil War as like a Shakespearean tragedy, basically. I don't know if this is something that's been pointed out before. It probably has. But again, I'm not hip to the criticism of Civil War, but my impression was that it was basically a Shakespearean tragedy where Iron Man, he's got this fatal flaw, right? His confidence in his own abilities and his own ability to handle things, and he goes to try and mediate between these different forces, right? The superheroes and the forces of the deep state, the government that wants to crack down and have Sentinels killing every superhero, not just X-Men. And he thinks that he's the guy who can step in and fix everything solve the problems, and then I'm really glad that you. I mean, this is jumping way ahead, but just real quick, I'm really glad that you told me to read the, what was it, Confessions? That was the last one where he breaks
Civil
down.
War, the Confession.
Spoiler warnings. I was wrong. That kind of stuff. Because I think that really sort of brought it all together in the end. But yeah, so I think in many ways he's not a lizard per se, but he's doing lizard work, and I think he's smart enough. He's a bit too smart, and he gets himself stuck into it, but he's still smart enough that he can recognize it for what it is when it all starts falling apart. So
right.
So just Dystopia. This is a dystopian novel. Seriously, guys.
Yeah. So after Extremis, the next thing that I put in the reading assignments was an arc entitled "Execute Program." This was written by the Knopfs, who the Knopfs are, in my opinion, the most underrated Iron Man writers there ever were, because the poor Knopfs, they basically were handed what Warren Ellis left behind, so they had to work with the Extremis first of all, and then secondly, they were the ones charged with making Iron Man's actions in Civil War make sense, essentially. And that's what Execute Program is. And
okay.
And okay, so the rough story of Execute Program is that because Tony has now become incredibly overpowered. First of all, one of the things that happens during this is that his friends start to get a little suspicious of him, because and for good reason too, because he is overpowered, he starts to get a little bit drunk on that power. That's why I was saying jacked up, right? Yeah. He gets a little drunk on that power, and he starts doing things that ride the line between moral and immoral. So for example, when the Avengers are involved in this one battle, at one point in this arc, Tony uses his Extremis powers to temporarily stop the enemy's heart to get him to stop, and then like resurrects him again, right? That's how powerful he is. And Steve in particular is like, what? Because Steve, the deontologist, is like, that's not right, even if you did bring him back, right? Actually, I have the captures here. Let me open up the captures so we can look at it.
Yeah, do you remember which issue?
Yeah.
I've got the first one of Execute Program up here, but I know I have the other ones as well. So.
Oh, that's actually my first captures, huh? Okay, so let me share my screen.
And they got an Old Boy reference in this issue too. I just noticed. It's flipping through.
Yeah, so
that's a great
here we
movie.
go. Yeah, so here we go. This is after he came in and stopped the enemy by stopping his heart. Captain America's like, "You what? I stopped his heart. You killed him?" Well, yeah, I suppose technically. So you technically killed him. I brought him back, Steve. That's not the point. We could have handled the situation without stopping the man's heart. I can think of at least 4 ways, and I can think of 7, but this one was the most expedient. Expedient, Tony, or interesting? So this shows that he, because of the power that he has, the power is corrupting him a little bit, or corrupting him significantly. Yeah. Why not both? Yeah. So, so that's one of the things that's going on in Execute Program is Tony being drunk on his power and doing things like Actually, let's just go through my whole capture thing for this, because this arc, I think, is very, very important. Is very, very important to understanding what goes on in Civil War, I think. Yeah, so we have this one after Tony flies away from this confrontation. And this is Cage saying, so he gets the glory and we get the grunt work. Since when did we become his sidekicks? Shut up, Luke. Just spitting truth. Ask me, that ball hog could use a good ass whooping. Luke? Yeah? He can hear every word you're saying. So, yeah. So we have, because of his powers, he basically has the ability to eavesdrop on anyone, anywhere in the world, like I said. And he is getting drunk on this power. So hopefully this next one, but he's not fully aware of what's happening, right? He isn't self-aware enough to realize that that's what's happening to him. So we have him in the shower here. I'm not the one who's changed. They are. Why can't they see that? So he's getting defensive because everyone is seeing that he has changed and become much darker and somewhat corrupted by this new power that he has. And he, at the moment, is unwilling to face that that's what's happening to him, right? And then, let's see what this next capture is. Yeah, so we have him here, Nick, Steve, S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers. They're too busy fighting battles to see that we can win the war. And if you want to win a war, it all comes down to two things, shock and awe. So what we have here is we have at this, and I think the next capture too. Oh no, the next capture is other stuff. But this capture right here shows that he, because he's jacked up on this power, he's starting to think now that he has the ability to solve all the world's problems. So he is drifting into that lizard territory, like we talked about. I'm the engineer, and now that I have this incredible power, I can really basically end all suffering and defeat all evil. So he has this utopian attitude developing here. And then the next capture show that what happens too with this extremis power is that it jacks up all of his emotions too. So I just want to make sure we're still online.
Yeah, I'm seeing things. You're good on my end.
Okay. All right. Good. All right. I just want to make sure because I got a message that.
Yeah, there was some kind of message popped up about you being offline, but you're still online as far as I know. Chat.
Okay.
Is anyone in chat?
Yeah.
I don't know. It should be good.
It should be good. All right. So it jacks up his emotions too. So in earlier canon, yes, it's established that Tony is actually one of the more emotional Marvel heroes. He does have a temper, and he does lose his temper even when he's not jacked up on super serum, essentially. But here you see exactly how dialed up that becomes. So when when Spider-Man here is injured, this is how Tony responds when he's on the extremis. Is boom, he basically almost melts this guy's face. Yeah. So he almost melts this guy's face off, and Steve is like, stop. And what happens is he almost strangles Steve, right? Because he's so overwhelmed by this anger, right? That he doesn't even know what he's doing, right? And he almost strangles Steve here. So we have. Go ahead.
One quick question, because again, I'm not as knowledgeable about Iron Man. So just to clarify, I mean, with Captain America, I know Captain America is very old school, and he's very just beat the bad guys with a minimum level of force. Yeah.
Yeah.
But so Iron Man, he's the same way. He's old school. He doesn't want to kill anyone. He's very comics codey.
Yes, in the early canon, he was comics codey. He didn't want to kill anybody.
Okay.
Although in early Iron Man, sometimes he did accidentally, which always caused a great deal of angst on his part. So old Iron Man, pre-extremis Iron Man, was not someone who would kill somebody. Okay.
But he had it in him though, so it's not completely out of character.
No, it's not completely out of character. He had it in him. Sometimes he has gotten close, but he always stops himself, right? But here, here it seems that the extremis has dialed up that capacity in him to a point where it's possible that he is not in control of it. Okay, to the point that he almost strangles Steve to death, right? So it's not that it's coming out that this sort of anger and desire to hurt people that causes friends pain comes from nowhere, because yes, that's always been a part of his character, but the thing that Extremis does is it really dials it up, right? To a point that he almost can't control it, right?
It's oh god, what was that? Was it Eddie Murphy or was it Bill Cosby that did that skit about drugs and cocaine and how it accentuates your personality? Are you familiar with that?
No, unfortunately, I am not.
Okay. I don't know if you want to look it up later, but that would be a good. It's a bit blue, yeah. But yes. But what if you're an a-hole?
Yeah. But what if you're an a-hole? Yeah. Well, it's not. Yeah. Well, here, what's happening? It's not that Tony is an a-hole necessarily, because what's happening is this anger has happened because one of his friends has been injured by a villain, right? And so that capacity for that desire for vengeance that has always been present in this character is now just dialed up to 11, right? And the same thing with the utopian notions that I can end all war, I am that powerful, right? That also comes from that comes from something that is present in his character from the beginning. The desire to change the world for the better, to look at the world, as you said, like an engineering problem, and applying my intelligence to try to figure out how we can fix these problems. That all of those things have always been present. And here with Extremis, where the Knopfs are basically arguing that that's going to dial that up, right? Okay, so the next thing that we have here, if it can come up.
Yeah, you're still online. It's very slow.
Yeah. All right, we're still online. Okay, good. So here we have. This is him almost getting into a fight with Wolverine. So I captured this. Basically, what's going on here is he's being questioned because in this particular battle, he showed up 20 minutes late, right? And I'm going to explain why in a second. But so what's happening here is Tony's losing time, and he's unaware of it. Like, he's blacking out and losing chunks of his time. And so in this one particular battle, he showed up 20 minutes late, and he gets confronted later, like, where the hell were you? We needed you, right? And as far as he's concerned, he came on time because he's unaware that he's lost time. And because the Extremis has dialed up his emotions and dialed up his temper, he almost gets into a fight with Wolverine over this issue, okay? And has to be stopped. So again, we have dialed up emotions, dialed up utopian notions. And let's see, what's this next capture? Next. Oh, yes. Okay. So here we have everyone. So here's what's going on. Tony is losing time. And what is happening during his blackouts is he is going in his Iron Man armor, unaware of it, and killing off people that had something to do with Yinsen's death. So Yinsen being the person who helped him originally in his origin story, right? And at this point in the narrative, Shield now has documentary evidence that it is Iron Man who is going out and killing these people. But Tony is completely unaware of it. He's doing it unconsciously during his missed moments of time, right? And so we have here this presentation that talks about the effects of extremis on other test subjects. So we have here, animal tests show incidents of paranoia, increased hostility, violent ideation, and a marked tendency towards social isolation, all of which have been observed in Mr. Stark and attested to by a number of his colleagues. So let me see if I've got you straight, Colonel. You're suggesting that Tony Stark, perhaps the most ingenious, most prolific weapons designer in history, a man who is currently in possession of a suit of armor that renders him virtually invincible and packs adequate firepower to effortlessly engage and destroy several battalions. Come on, let's get the next capture up. So basically, a man.
We're losing time. We're losing time.
Yeah, a man who happens to play golf on the second Tuesday of every month with the President of the United States. Are you suggesting this man is a bad guy? No, sir, I'm not suggesting it. I'm confirming it, I think is what he says in the next capture. So
yeah, that's what I would.
Yeah, I'm confirming it. Yeah. So this whole presentation gives us it tells us exactly what Extremis' impacts are on Tony, right? And it basically confirms the impression that I'm building here, right? That this new, techno virus that he's jacked up on is basically dialing up all of the potentially negative aspects of his personality. They're dialing it up. This is dialing them up to 11, right? And so we have Tony unconsciously killing people during his missed time. We have all the negative aspects of his personality being enhanced to extreme levels. But eventually Tony figures out that this is what's happening to him. I like this though. I've been monitoring the proceedings of this meeting for the last 45 minutes. The evidence is compelling and indisputable, but your conclusions are wrong. I'm innocent. So he doesn't remember that he's doing these things, but he acknowledges that, wow, you're showing me some powerful evidence. And oh, by the way, like he's monitoring this from his home. So again, that kind of that's why I texted you on Twitter, like, oh, well, reading this again, I almost forgot how creepy he is when he's jacked up on this technovirus, right?
Yeah, I can
see you. Yeah.
I was going to say, I don't know if you've ever read The Boys or if you watched the new TV show. I've got very strong negative feelings about it.
It's not really my cup of tea.
Okay, yeah, I'm not going to encourage you to watch it or anything, but it's reminding me of like the kind of stuff Homelander pulls in The Boys. The evil Superman stand-in. Just kind of showing up and being like, "Hey, I've been watching you guys, and you're all." You can see in his eyes too, like he's thinking and he's trying to restrain himself, but he's like, "I can kill you with a second," kind of thing. Like in the back of his head, it's bubbling. So,
with a thought, I can hit you with a ray or something, with a death ray or something like that. Yeah, basically, he is at that level of power at this point. Yeah. So he says, I'm innocent, because of course he doesn't remember what he's doing. So he agrees to be locked up to prove that he's innocent. Lock me up in this analog prison, essentially, so that I can't, use my, fabulous technical powers to get out, right? That's his theory, right? And then and his theory is, if he does this and then someone gets killed while he's in here, then that will prove that he's not doing it, right? But of course, he finds a way to get out anyway in another one of his fugues, essentially. So he finds a way to get out anyway and kill somebody else. But this time it's different because he becomes conscious. He actually regains consciousness in the middle of it and realizes that it is him who is doing this, and he's been doing it unconsciously this whole time.
Yeah, so it's basically a Jekyll and Hyde kind of situation then.
Exactly, and he runs to Sal, who's out here on his porch naked.
Yeah, that's a hippie, all right. That's definitely a hippie.
That's a hippie, all right. Yeah, yeah. And this is him after he realizes that it is him. Yeah, that he's basically become a Jekyll and Hyde. That and he's doing terrible things without being conscious of them. So I think that gives you the rough idea of what goes on in this story. It's basically a story of him realizing that someone is hijacking him. Someone is hijacking him and his abilities and forcing him to kill off people that he would not choose to kill off a wall awake. Yeah.
What is this like a Manchurian candidate? Sorry. Is this like a Manchurian candidate thing where it's like the deep state controlling him, mind controlling him to go like MK Ultra, or is this just he's on drugs and he's just doing it randomly because he's on drugs kind of situation?
It's he's on drugs and it's actually Yinsen's son who's controlling him.
Oh, okay. So he is under control of someone at least.
Yeah. He is under the control of someone, but he is also on drugs. So why not both? Yeah.
Okay, yeah, well, that's one of the things. Like again, I keep bringing up like Alex Jones conspiracy theorist kind of lore. But I mean, this was written in like Deep Truther times, wasn't it? Like back in like 2006 or so. Like somewhere around there, because that was when. Yeah, like people were really kind of cluing into this kind of stuff. Like, just for the benefit of anyone watching, if you don't already know, like the whole like MK Ultra assassin program. One of the things that was always brought up was this idea that the CIA was using drugs to mind control people and to get them to do their bidding. So that could be what this is. What this is in. Star Storyteller is trying to get our attention. Punchy.
Yes.
These bad guys, right? He's just taking out the trash.
Yeah, the trash
in his sleep. Yeah, well, I mean
yeah, but that's not something that he would normally choose to do if he was awake, though. Because, like we were establishing before, prior to Extremis, Tony followed the comics code. He did not want to kill people. Sometimes he had that capacity in him. In early canon, sometimes he would get very, very close, right? But he prior to Extremis, he always kept to that code. We don't kill anybody, right?
Yeah,
and Warzord is here.
That's true. Hello, Warzord. Well, one thing.
Hello, Warzord. How are you?
One thing that I was thinking of bringing up, I was going to do it later, but I might as well touch on it now, because again, I'm from like Generation Punisher and Generation Wolverine, right? You know, all the kind of 90s anti-heroes. So I was actually like when we start getting into Civil War properly, I'll be talking about this more. But I was actually on Punisher's side when he's just hauling out and shooting guys in the face. But so when Iron Man does stuff like this, right? Like he stops a supervillain's heart. Like if it were me reading that, I'd be like, oh yeah, what's the issue? But I can see what Right Geek's saying. Like if it's not what I would think about the character doing it that matters so much. It's what the character would think about himself doing it that matters, right? Like Captain America. Again, this is I'm going to try and put this off until later. But I think he was wrong, but right at the same time. He was right for the kind of character that he was, and his behavior was consistent with the kind of character he was. And it's actually interesting that you bring up Iron Man doing all this kind of like Punisher style, or at least starting to dip his toes into Punisher style anti-heroing, because like the last couple issues of Civil War, I noticed there were some parallels. I don't know if they were deliberate, but there were some major parallels between the confrontation between Captain America and Punisher, and then the very last fight between Captain America and Iron Man. Like at least visual parallels. I was thinking that there was more going on, so maybe that's tying into this idea that Iron Man has slowly been becoming the Punisher. Again, you know, another Afghanistan war vet going crazy, murdering people who hurt his buddies, you know. Yeah. So maybe that's been a whole theme that's been building up intentionally. Or maybe that's just something I was picking up and reading into it that the authors didn't intend. I'm not sure, but it's interesting. That's your kind of take on it, right, Geek? Because that ties in, that dovetails very neatly with this idea of, you know, there's with my personal idea that you've got like Captain America on the one side and then the Punisher heroes on the other side, and then Tony is kind of caught in this tug of war between the two ends, and it's, you know, which way will we go, right? Like the Shakespearean tragedy of which way you're going. But yeah, so I don't think storyteller is necessarily wrong, but I think Tony, if he was sober, would think that that's wrong.
So that's what I'm trying to. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to emphasize here, is that I think that that Extremis causes a change in his personality that again dials up, like all of the capacities again are there in the early canon. The capacity to, you know, to torture or murder someone is definitely there. The capacity to think that we can use engineering to immanentize the eschaton, essentially.
One other thing I'm wondering, because again, I read the first half of Extremis. I didn't get through the second half because I'm terrible. Mm-hmm. But you know, there was this whole like backplot for Civil War that doesn't get super expounded on. But how, you know, Tony's going to the military-industrial complex, and they've got all these, you know, kind of deep state QAnon plans to ruin the country.
Yes.
Was Tony's behavior a catalyst for a lot of that in Extremis, like him flipping out and murdering people? Was that a catalyst?
No, but it did. It does, because what happens is the deep state basically covers it up, because the deep state wants Tony to be on their side. But there is an issue of Iron Man, issue 14.
Okay, sorry. Well, I mean,
they basically,
I know they cover it up and they don't use it as like public knowledge, but was that one of the internal things that got the gears going? So they were like, hey, we gotta do something to crack down on superheroes. What was that ever shown?
It might have been that. It was also the Hulk going crazy in Las Vegas, and then of course the Stanford incident is the inciting event.
That was the big public thing, but they were talking about it before Stanford.
They were talking about it before, and I think that is possible. But also the Hulk in Las Vegas, I think, was also one of the inciting events.
Okay, because I was going to say it would be really fun if, like, the deep lore turns out that the whole Civil War thing got started because of Iron Man himself screwing up, and this has all been his mess the entire time. But maybe that's just me reading into what's not there.
Although although again, to be fair to him, an execute program, it's not really him. It's someone who is hijacking him, right? And making him do things that he would not normally do, right?
Yeah.
Plus the impacts of the Extremis, which is basically like him being on drugs that pep you up, essentially. So it wasn't really like him. Let's just put it that way. But yeah, and actually, this is jumping ahead, but he gets the reason why he ends up head of Shield is that he gets blackmailed into it. The deep state operatives basically tell him, you're going to take control of Shield, because if you don't, we're going to tell the public what happened with that whole execute program scenario. We're going to tell you exactly what happened, right? Or we're going to tell the public exactly what happened instead of covering it up anymore. So being the head of Shield, a lot of times in the discourse, people say, oh, well, Tony benefited from that whole Civil War thing, and that's why he's the bad guy. Except no, because that was not his choice. That was something he was forced into, But that's kind of jumping ahead a little bit. Anyway, so in Execute Program, we see that this newfound power has corrupted him, like he's on a kind of drug that is dialing up all of his qualities to 11, essentially, and it also makes him a good weapon for someone who can hijack into his brain, right, and force him to do things that he wouldn't normally do. Basically, it turns out in the story that there's an implant in his brain that was put there long ago that can now be accessed, which Yinsen's son does to force him to kill all those people. And this is something that Tony figures out, but not in time before Yinsen's son. When Yinsen's son is killed, it activates a dead man switch that basically activates this this program of basically Tony has built all of these armors to defend the world, and when this dead man switch is flipped, all of those armors start going crazy and start attacking people all over the world, right? So he has to figure out a way to get that under control, and it basically ends with him deciding that the only way this is going to stop is if I'm dead. So he stops his own heart, so that all of these Argonaut armors stop functioning, right? So that's what happens there. But the upshot of this is this story leads Tony to believe that maybe it is a good idea, right, for superheroes to be registered, to have some oversight from the government. So this is basically where Execute Program ends. Let me share my screen again.
Okay, yeah, just go on. I'm getting some texts from people, so if I cut out, I may have been evacuated. I doubt it's going to get to that, but
okay.
I'm still listening. But we've got people. Mrs. Punchy may be taking off. She's over at her mother's house right now.
Okay. All right. So this is so all of this this chaos that was caused by someone basically taking control of his abilities leads him to this conclusion. So Sal's like, don't go there, man. None of this was your fault. Not legally, not ethically, not morally. You said it yourself. The armor is like a gun. It was Yinsen's son that aimed it and pulled the trigger. You're right, Sal, but I'm not the only gun lying around. Whether they go bad or they're co-opted like I was, the result is the same: an unacceptable loss of innocent lives. Every superhero is a potential gun. And the last time I checked, guns required registration. So this is where Execute Program ends. So basically what the Novs do in this story, that they were kind of forced to, because FYI, this was being written while in the middle of Civil War. Like, Civil War was already happening while they were writing this. And, basically their charge was to make Iron Man's decisions in Civil War make sense. Because in actuality, when Tony goes rogue in early canon, he doesn't go rogue in favor of the deep state. He usually goes rogue against the deep state. Like one of the things that in the interviews they use to justify Tony's behavior in Civil War is that, well, what about Armor Wars? He went rogue in that, and he went rogue in that so that he could achieve his aim of controlling all of his technology. But the thing with Armor Wars is that in Armor Wars, he wasn't the government stooge. He was actually going against the government. So basically the Knopfs had to sit there and think, well, how can we justify Tony essentially changing his mind and going pro-government when throughout his early canon, he obeyed the government when he felt that it was reasonable. But if there was something that he believed needed to happen, he would go rogue and go against the government. So how does he turn into a pro-government stooge after that history of going rogue and doing his own thing, right? And I think that Execute Program does kind of achieve that rescue to a certain extent, right? But it is something that the Nos were basically forced into in order to make Civil War make sense. And it wasn't something probably that they were planning on doing, let's just say. All right. So that's Execute Program. And it really is, I think, an essential bit of material in order to understand basically the Execute Program is really the linchpin that I built my whole rationalization of Civil War around. So actually, let me present that now. Since we've talked about Execute Program, let me present that particular rationalization right now. I mean, I've kind of been suggesting it all along, but okay. So let's present this. So here's my galaxy brain take on Civil War. This is the extremist theory, RG's grand Civil War rationalization for Tony, at least. So yes, I have slideshows. How about that? All right, so I put in here this slide from Civil War: The Confession, Part 2, the second story. And we have here Steve saying to Tony, "And I think you may be mentally ill. You think I'm old, out of touch, deluding myself. You've made that perfectly clear, and maybe I am. But you're an ill man. Do you know that? You have a new suit you can't control, new powers you don't understand." So this kind of encapsulates the whole theory that was in my head of what was actually going on here. And that theory, here's a thesis: extremists messed with Tony's brain. Tony has always had a temper and been prone to depression and substance abuse. Tony has always had a few utopian notions, and Tony has always had issues with control over his circumstances. But I think the evidence is pretty strong in the run-up to Civil War that extremist dials up all of those qualities to 11 and adds a layer of paranoia on top. So again, in the slideshow, I added this, which says that animal tests show incidents of paranoia, increased hostility, violent ideation, and a marked tendency to social isolation. So that's the description of what happened with extremists in the animal subjects. So how is Tony affected? As we were talking about, he expresses a belief that he can immanentize the eschaton. This is from whoops. Let's see. I skipped a slide, I think. All right, so we have him. He becomes shockingly aggressive and cavalier in using his new abilities. So we talked about that, him just going in and stopping the bad guy's heart and then resurrecting them. The fun stuff is something that he would not normally do if he weren't jacked up on this new serum. We have here that he expresses beliefs that he can immanentize the eschaton. Think about it, Nick. What if war was obsolete? What if terrorism and crime, famine, and disease were obsolete, where would we be? So he believes that he has the power now to get rid of all of the suffering and pain and war and conflict in the world using his new abilities. He nearly strangles Stephen in avenging rage, so his temper has been dialed up. This is why this slide here is why I assign haunted, although I understand Punchy didn't really get to that one. But the reason why I assigned haunted for our reading materials is that in haunted, which happens after Civil War, the extremist actually starts generating hallucinations. He starts seeing dead people, basically. And these dead people like give clues to the mystery that he's trying to solve in that story. But it is also him actively hallucinating because of the extremists. And furthermore, during this same haunted arc, he becomes so insecure and paranoid that he ends up hiding in his armor for weeks at a time. And that's something that the people around him notice. Like, you notice he never takes his armor off. Like, what is he scared of? What is he protecting himself from? Right. So we have, all this canonical evidence that Extremis is altering his personality in a significant way. That doesn't mean that his reasons to back the SHRA are rational to a certain extent. And the reasons basically boil down to heroes need training. Heroes are human, imperfect, and consequently need oversight. Also, the normies want it, therefore it is inevitable. And finally, the deep state alternatives like Project Wide Awake are way, way worse than what he thinks he will be able to do, right? However, I think that it can be argued that Extremis was inducing Tony to be more aggressive than necessary and may have also inspired distrust in his teammates and a refusal to admit that he was in over his head. So that right there is my presentation of my rationalization for Tony's actions in Civil War. Make of them what you will. Let's see. New comments.
Yeah, sorry, I'm still listening, but I've got stuff going on Facebook about this evacuation. I think I'm good because I'm on a hill.
Okay.
But several family members may have to wig out because they're down in the flood zone. So if I suddenly stop and leave and you don't hear from me again, have a good one. But
yeah.
Elon Musk, who's growing up talking about his engineering brain, how it made
him feel like he was a crazy person. Yeah. So, Tony has always been a little bit of a crazy person in the canon, but my argument here is that Extremis, again, dialed that up to 11, to 15, to basically maximum level, right? And I think that could arguably explain a lot of the things that he does in Civil War. So there we go. That was my rationalization. That was me trying to make it make sense.
Yeah, I would say I think you've made a compelling case. I definitely got that impression from like the first half of Extremis at least. And again, not being super familiar with Tony, throughout Civil War, I was just figuring that was just kind of because he's Tony Stark. But I can see how drugs, because especially knowing he's the alcoholism and the substance abuse issues have been a major part of his character. And like if I was like Warren Ellis or something, for example, and I've never read any Tony Stark stuff, and I'd been assigned to write a book, I'd go with like some drug abuse angle too, because that's like one of those red letter media things, right? Like they always have this game where they take like an old property, and they're like, if you're just a normal dumb person and you don't know anything about the property, what are you going to throw in the reboot? And then that's how they work out how the reboots of movies are going to go, like reboots of Star Wars movies or whatever. So yeah, I'd say that's probably perfectly accurate.
Right. So again, that was that's my in context.
So would you like to move ahead to Civil War proper then, or?
Yes. So I wanted to get all of that contextual information done first, so that because I feel that helps explain Civil War in its own terms anyway. Yeah. Although, again, like I said in the whole introductory speech, I don't think that, again, I think that Civil War was the beginning of the end for Marvel, and I don't think it was necessarily a good idea. But when I was reading it the first time and trying to make sense of it, I was able to come up with a rationalization for at least why Iron Man was acting the way he did.
Warzone
yes.
is commenting that they've really let things go with canon and characters. So, it's. Yeah. I think we can all agree on that. I'm not going to be the.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, a lot of the a lot of the people that I follow on comics YouTube. Well, one of them says that I think it's I Love Comics. Englentine says that that at the end of Civil War, Captain America is shot in the head and he never came back. And I think that that's accurate. And I would further add that at the end of the Civil War era, which is that's marked at the beginning of Matt Fraction's Iron Man run. At the end of that era, Tony erases his own brain so that Norman Osborn can't get a hold of the registration files, right? I think Tony erases his own brain in that arc, and Tony never came back. Like I'm gonna add that. Furthermore, Tony never came back after that. So like that era basically broke both of those characters. Yeah, because anything after brain erasure, with the possible exception of Hickman Benders, but then even Hickman Benders, there are parts of Hickman Benders that I really, really like, but even that suffers from the same problem that I was complaining about in the beginning, which is that now what all the writers want to do is pit Tony against everyone else in every single like event story that they do, right? Well, not every single, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they do it a lot, right? Oh, we gotta make sure that Tony is in conflict with somebody in the story because that's what sold the last time, right? And like I was complaining before, they don't let him have an uncomplicated story where the right thing to do is relatively easy to perceive. Right, it always has to be Tony has a choice between the really, really bad option and the still bad option, but it's less bad, right? It always has to be set up that way, and Civil War is the thing that started that whole trend, right? But yes, let's actually get to the Civil War proper and start talking about what went on in those books. Yeah. So where would you like to begin, Punchy?
Well, begin at the beginning, of course, and then go on to the end, then stop, I guess.
All right.
I don't know. Did you? I mean, well, you specifically wanted to discuss the main line of Civil War, right? Civil War 1 through like 7 or 8 or whatever it was. 7.
Yeah, 1 through 7. Yep.
Yeah. We went through all those. And did you just want to start with like well it starts with the Stanford thing, right? Like there's not really much of a lead up to it because it just throws you right into Sandy Hook and
well,
But do you have anything to say about Stanford? Because I had a couple questions about that. But if you've got like a preliminary, you can start us off, I guess.
Well, I have some other preliminary things that come from other materials that I did not assign as reading.
Oh yeah, sure.
I think you mentioned,
anything you
yeah,
want to add?
I think you mentioned before. I think you mentioned before that Tony knows ahead of time that the SHRA was in the works, right? So
Yeah,
he is like, yeah, in the run up to the Civil War, he is actually wrangling with the deep state to try to stop this, right? And there's also an issue in which he meets with the Illuminati, and the Illuminati are exactly what it sounds like. They're basically representatives of every hero group that exists in the Marvel universe. They come together secretly to discuss major conflicts that are potentially on the horizon, right?
Oh, okay. So
So
it's superheroes are running it then, not like
yeah,
normie government guys. It's like actually
yeah.
which superheroes are doing it.
So in the superhero Illuminati, you have Tony representing the Avengers. You have uh, uh, Reed Richards from the Fantastic Four. You
Oh,
have
okay, yeah. Well, he's
T'Challa,
a. Sorry, I just
Charles Xavier.
just spoiler
Yeah.
warnings. I really didn't like reading this. I thought he was a complete autistic putz, and I think he's a major reason why everything goes to shit. But yeah, just go on.
Okay, so yeah, so we have Reed's in the Illuminati, Charles Xavier, T'Challa, Tony,
Oh, hang on.
Doctor Strange.
Uh, uh,
Yeah.
Professor X and T'Challa, they're both in the Illuminati. I thought they were
Yes.
like either neutral or anti-reg. So
They were,
okay.
but they were still in the Illuminati because the Illuminati was prior to Civil War. It was established well before that.
Okay, but so this isn't
Yeah.
necessarily like the reg thing isn't the Illuminati, the superhero Illuminati's master game plan. This is just kind of them having like a Bilderberg group for superheroes or something. Okay,
Yeah,
that makes sense.
but I brought it. Yeah, the reason why I brought the Illuminati up is there is an issue in which Tony goes to the Illuminati and says, because he's been wrangling with the deep state about it, he informs them that this is what's coming up, and fails to convince most of them that that's something that they should take seriously, right?
Okay.
Yeah. And let's see, my notes say here.
Well,
He also meets with the Illuminati.
I would
So he
think
also.
sorry, I was gonna say I would think that Professor X would take it seriously if no one else, because I mean he knows about persecution directly. I mean I don't think he would. I don't think he would go along with Tony's plan because I mean it's Professor X, but I think if anyone's going to take it seriously, it would be him.
Yeah. And that, like, essentially the X-Men don't want to. Basically what he does with the Illuminati is he convinces them that this is coming. I'm trying my damnedest to stop it by wrangling with the deep state, but I believe it's inevitable, so we should figure out some way to cooperate. So of course the X-Men aren't going to agree to that because the government has been on their case all along, right? So why does he want? So he tries to convince them to cooperate in some way early on. Why? Because he believes basically that cooperation with the government is the only way to mitigate the potential impacts of the SHRA. He's pessimistic that full-on resistance will be successful. Essentially, as the kids say, he's black-pilled, right? He believes that there's nothing we can do to actually stop this, so we should cooperate with it to make it the best version of this that we can make it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So bottom line at the end, to use the military terminology, Tony has two major reasons to side with the government in canon. He's scared of his own capacity to do damage. That's established by Execute Program. And he also believes the only realistic course is cooperation because he believes that if full-on if we choose full-on resistance, then what's going to happen next is going to be something that's so much worse, in his opinion, right?
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
I don't know if I should launch into my own sort of thesis views on this, just yet. But in case I get taken offline, because I was thinking about that too, right? Like that's basically my takeaway from Tony, is that he's got between these different conflicting things. But the idea of, well, the government's going to be really bad to us, so we gotta knuckle under. I mean, if it were me, right, and I was sitting there and I had heard that the government was going to send sentinels against, Spider-Man and try and kill him, I'd be like, what, the government is a supervillain, and superheroes are supposed to defeat supervillains. Like, you don't cooperate with the supervillains. You don't knuckle under. You fight them, which again, it's I'm sure I'm like preaching to the choir here. Like, I don't think there's too many pro-reg.
Pretty much me, me and anyone else in my audience is probably not going to be. I'm not pro-reg, and I don't think anyone in my audience is. So
should I? Should I scratch that and pretend to be reg then? Like, we need regulations and all the terrorists
go ahead, because
our freedoms.
No, go ahead, because I'm basically prepared to be Tony Stark Defense Squad here. So
okay, yeah. Well, I mean, screw Tony then. Like he was not thinking this through very clearly. And actually, one of the things that I was thinking, particularly with Stanford, because the big thing that they really sort of push hard in the Stanford incident was the fact that they were just kids. And they were looking for like YouTube, social media, well, pre-YouTube at that point. I think wasn't that like the year YouTube started or something? Like they were still doing like a reality TV.
Just about getting off the ground,
Yeah, it was like a reality TV thing, and God, they're trying to be hot shots, and they do all this stuff. But the thing that I was thinking, because I know I've been trying to get you and Marmaduke to go through One Punch Man and do a whole series on that. But what One Punch Man, like, just for anybody that doesn't know, I'm not going to go really sidetracking into One Punch Man, but it's very much like a post-Civil War comic series, right? The world building element of One Punch Man basically has all the superheroes in a superhero registration program, right? It's actually interesting because at the end of Civil War they mention like Japan being really fond of their own kind of superhero registration program, like in the Aftermath issue. And I can easily see One Punch Man like being part of that Marvel universe. But the thing with One Punch Man and all the superheroes and things is that it's remarkably similar to these what were the New Warriors, the Night Thrasher group, New Warriors, right? That was the
New Warriors.
I mean, I used to like Night Thrasher too, like just like Zach, but I didn't really follow them too closely. But a lot of these superheroes in One Punch Man were very similar, right? Like they have this regulation organization that pays them and gives them pension and gives them jobs, but they're not they're not like classic superheroes who go out and do good deeds and then go home to their fortress of solitude. They're basically businessmen who have quotas to fill and celebrity appearances to have, and they spend most of their time on like social media trying to drum up fans and being like prima donnas. The highest ranks of the superheroes are a bunch of sociopathic monsters. The middle high ranks are just YouTube celebrities basically. And a lot of these superheroes in this One Punch Man registration scheme, they wind up not doing kind of regular superhero work. Like they wouldn't go out and stop a bank robber because they're worried that either it's too low on the task list for them to take, or because they'll get caught up in some regulation, and then maybe they'll be sued, or maybe their company will let them go, or they'll have to pay some fines or something. So they just figure, what, I'm not gonna deal with it, right? Random mugging, the kind of thing like Batman would swoop in and beat up the mugger, just going after a little old lady, right? Like that wouldn't happen in the regulation world. So I'm thinking that if Iron Man was an anime nerd and had been given copies of One Punch Man to see where this was all going, that basically you're just replacing one little Stamford, like an isolated Stamford incident, with like a million Stamford incidents that are all kind of institutionalized and stuck into a system that's now backed by the government and corporate interests and the military-industrial complex. I think if he saw that was the end result of his regulations, he would have thought differently. So that's one of my theses, is that the whole reason Civil War happened was because not enough people read One Punch Man.
That's good.
Yeah.
I like that. That.
But yeah, okay. I mean, you can check it out sometime. See if I'm right, because it is very much this the future of where it's going. I'm not sure. Like, has Marvel been doing a lot with their registration storylines or anything? Because I know they rebooted.
No, they dropped. Yeah, but they dropped it. They actually dropped it, and
that's great.
Civil War 2 is about something different. Civil War 2 is basically Minority Report.
Okay. Well, yeah. Actually, that was something weird too, because going through Civil War, like, I was kind of shocked that they were. I mean, I wasn't like shocked, but because I remember like back in like 2006, 2007, like the wokies were the truthies, and it was okay to be anti-government because Bush was in power, and neocons, right? Dick Cheney, yeah. But I was thinking, like, today, like if I was in a current year Marvel position, would I be allowed to write a story where beloved superheroes decide to go against government regulation? Like, I'd think like the storyline would be like all the superheroes have to get vaccinated, and like all the superheroes are like, yeah, let's do it, and then the supervillains are like, no, it don't work, and the whole thing would turn into a basic, one-sided good dude versus evil morality fight. But I don't know. So I'm not sure if. I mean, I know Civil War 2 was a little bit before that, because didn't that come out when Trump got into power or something? So maybe that's why it got to go ahead.
Civil War 2 was. They were talking about. I think it was. Hang on. I think it was back in like 16, 17. So yeah, around when.
So that's probably, that's probably why he got the go ahead. Obama, you don't want to rock the boat, accuse the government of being bad. But then Trump, you can But I think right now it wouldn't fly. I think right now everybody would be, extolling the virtues of knuckling under. But
and then the other thing that I wanted to bring up as far as contextual information, up until Civil War, Captain America and Iron Man are brothers in arms in every sense. They argue, of course, but they're able to settle their disputes like men without violence. And some of the examples that I put in my notes, for example, after Operation Galactic Storm, this was in the late 80s, Steve and Tony have a serious heart-to-heart regarding some of Tony's recent decisions, in which Tony admits he let his emotions, i.e. his fear for Steve's life, cloud his judgment. And Steve admits in return that he can sometimes be a hard ass, he's too quick to judge. And so they had a fight about Operation Galactic Storm, because at the end, Tony takes a contingent of superheroes and basically kills the Supreme Intelligence, right? I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. But I do know that afterwards, Steve really had an issue with what Tony did in that event, and they have this heart-to-heart where they talk it out, right? Talk it out like adults, right? And they manage to make up, right? And then the other example that I have in my notes is the 1998 Iron Man Captain America annual features another ideological dispute. And it's also resolved without fisticuffs and with the both of them respecting each other's points of view, right? As a matter of fact, prior to Civil War, the relationship between Tony and Steve is so strong that when Stark International is on the ropes and Tony is off on a bender, his employees ask Steve to go find him. This is Iron Man number 173 in the first volume. His employees at Stark International ask Steve to go find him. And yeah, Steve ends up punching Tony in the face in that issue, but that's out of frustration because Steve basically sees a man that he loves in a brotherly sense destroying himself, and it kills him, right? So I wanted to bring all of that up because canonically, Tony and Steve have had their differences. They've had their significant ideological differences on many subjects, but canonically in the past, they've been able to work it out without punching each other in the face, essentially, right? And
well, I mean, they do sometimes punch each other in the face just to relieve stress, though, right? Because what was it? What was it? Confession or something? There were like a bunch of flashbacks to them punching each other in the face, like just for fun.
Oh, but see, that's during Civil War. What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to establish that before Civil War they wouldn't do that.
Yeah, no, but they had like flashbacks to early days,
okay.
like before he knew, like doing like kung fu, like guy stuff. You know, you had kung fu fights with each other just for fun, just sparring.
So those flashbacks, that was from the Demon in a Bottle arc in the Iron Man comics. The context for that is that Tony can no longer use his armor because Justin Hammer has hijacked it and forced the Iron Man armor to kill a diplomat, right? So he can't use his armor. So he has come to Steve in order to learn how to fight without his armor so that he can defend himself while his armor is basically, while he's unable to use his armor, right? So that would, all those flashbacks, that's from that. So it's them sparring, but it's friendly sparring, in order to yes, in Tony's case, let off some steam, but also he actually genuinely needed to learn how to fight because he was robbed of his weaponry, essentially, right? But actually, that right there kind of shows how close they were prior to Civil War, right? That when Tony is in trouble and he needs help, who does he go to, right? He goes to Steve. So we can, based on that prior to Civil War canonical information, we can say that that Civil War itself it's a violation of canon in the sense that they aren't in Civil War. They don't work it out like grown adults. They punch each other in the face over it. Okay, that's like one of the primary problems I have with Civil War is that it seems like Steve is written as someone who suddenly doesn't know who Tony is anymore and never ever questions himself that why would Tony, like, I feel like the real Steve prior to Civil War, if he knew that Tony was on the other side of this issue, I think that he would show even more interest in examining why that might be and wouldn't necessarily act like I am 100% right and there's nothing that Tony can say that that actually is a good point, right? So yeah, that's one of the major problems that I have with Civil War is that it seems like Captain America can be, stubborn and kind of a hard ass and definitely very, these are my principles, these are my morals, and I'm going to follow them no matter what. But I think that there is that aspect to him, but I think that, I don't think that he gives Tony enough of a benefit of the doubt to really fit with his prior established character.
Yeah, I mean that's probably true. I mean, for me, again, I was rather pleased with them punching each other in the face. After all, I am a Punchy Sonichu. I like seeing big superheroes punching things, including each other in the face. So I was okay with that. I mean, I would have been kind of like iffy about the fact that superheroes are punching each other in the face. Like that's kind of stupid. The idea that superheroes are fighting, but I thought that the idea of them, trying to hash out their differences and talking at the same time, using their punching each other out in the face as not as like the main form of argument, but as like a form of stress relief, and just to punctuate the ideas that they're trying to get across to each other, right? As a guy, like I can appreciate that kind of thing.
Yeah. Like if you're talking specifically about Casualties of War, that one, which was written by Christos Gage, that one actually does do it the right way, I think, because it. When I say that I have problems with the Civil War not characterizing Steve appropriately, I'm mainly talking about the main book.
Yeah. Well, Casualties of War. I think maybe just because Casualties of War was the last one I read, that might have been the one that kind of stuck in my head the most. But even with like regular Civil War, I wasn't too bad with them beating each other up. I wasn't like again I'm not super into superheroes fighting each other. Like I'm not going to say Superman versus Batman is a good idea, but it's dumb fun. I can understand the visceral appeal of it on a certain level. So
well, I think Marm would step in here and point out that they've had superhero versus superhero in the past, but usually it would be what Marm would call the quote-unquote Marvel misunderstanding.
Well, I mean, would this count as one giant Marvel misunderstanding between Iron Man and everybody else?
That's an interesting question. I haven't generally put it into that category because usually what we mean by Marvel misunderstanding is that there was this one Tales of Suspense issue when they brought Captain America into Tales of Suspense. I believe it was number 58, where Tony goes after him and tries to beat him up because he thinks that it's not the real Captain America, it's the chameleon or something like that. That's kind of what I'm thinking in my head.
I know they referenced it that at one point during the Civil War stories. I don't remember where, but they did have a section where
they referenced that in they referenced that in Casualties of War, actually.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm not a huge fan. As I've been repeatedly saying through the stream, I'm not a huge fan of Civil War. However, I am a huge fan of Casualties of War because even though the only reason it exists is for an event that I think was a colossally bad idea that ruined the Marvel Universe for the rest of time, I think Christos Gage handled that particular issue extremely well. It was written by, I think Gage demonstrated that he really, really knew the history of those two characters and used it really, really effectively. Like, what you were talking about, the flashbacks of them sparring from Demon in a Bottle, the way that Gage weaves that in with them actually fighting in the present day because they're frustrated with each other, right? It's really, really impactful and really, really effective. And to be honest with you, when I read it the first time and I got to the end where on top of in the present day, they basically give up and separate and walk away from each other. He combines it with the conversation from the past in which they're saying, in which Captain America says, "Let Iron Man know," because at that time he didn't know Tony was Iron Man. They'll let Iron Man know that I have his back, right? And then Iron Man, and then Tony says, "I think Iron Man would say the same." The fact that he overlays that on top of them basically giving up on each other and walking away from each other. The first time I read that, I actually cried for 10 minutes. It was that impactful for me.
Yeah, that's weird, because I actually I kind of teared up a little bit at that too. No homo.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite good, but basically, I guess what you're saying is I screwed up by reading Casualties of War. Like, you shouldn't have told me to read Casualties of War, because that sort of corrupted my whole view of Civil War. So now I think Civil War is good because I read Casualties of War. If I hadn't have read Casualties of War, I would have walked away more upset, I guess.
Actually, I wanted you to read that because one of the things that I wanted to argue is that the main Civil War event wasn't that good, was a bad idea. Yeah. But there were some writers out there that were putting in the effort to redeem it.
Well, I think
that's my official position.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of what, like, Civil War was in universe too. I mean, it was a whole big crap show, but there were a couple characters. Like most of Civil War was like SHIELD agents and grunts and super villains looking to get out of the stuff, and the journos to work for the government. Yeah. Jimmy Fallon going on TV and crying about children or something, just absolutely miserable stuff. But there were a couple people like Tony Stark who were trying to make the best of it and were kind of shining lights in the darkness. So I guess fiction mirrors reality in that respect. It was the end of superheroes in the Marvel universe, and it was the end of Marvel in the real universe. And it was a bunch of jerks detonating the Marvel universe inside the comics, and it was a bunch of jerks detonating into the Marvel universe. But there were a couple heroes in both dimensions. So well, I thought it was fine. I thought that Casualties of War was fine, but just again getting back to Civil War. So we touched on Stanford, right? They have this big hullabaloo where PewDiePie or actually probably one of the, like, Logan Paul or something, I would guess, goes out and and blows up a bunch of kids. And I was actually wondering about that too, because I mean, I'm not going to say I'm pro blowing up a bunch of kids, but I mean, with comics being almost like a century old, I mean, surely worse stuff has happened in the Marvel world than just one school getting blown up, right? I mean, maybe I'm just callous and used to, again, like, 90s anti-heroes, but it seemed as though, like, Stanford wouldn't be big enough to cause as much chaos as it did in Civil War. I mean, was that just something in Civil War, or was that like I can see Captain America being really upset about it, but he gets upset when an F-14 gets damaged, right? But
Tony being upset.
I mean, Tony being upset too, but I wouldn't see it being like, oh, I'm so upset that the entire country has to change, kind of thing. Like that seemed a bit sus to me. Maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe. I think that with the Road to Civil War materials, I think what we're trying to establish is that they're trying to show in the Road to Civil War stuff that we talked about before that there's been a gathering discontent. I don't think they're trying to say that Stanford was it. I think that Stanford was just the last straw.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because that's what I was thinking when I was reading it. I'm like, there's no way, because I actually read the mainline Civil War before I read any of the other supplemental stuff, And I remember going through it. I'm like, this is kind of stupid. Like, there's no way that this just happened out of the blue. There's got to be some kind of backstory.
But then
and stuff going on.
But then when you read like the Road to Civil War, like Spider-Man comics, where Tony is there wrangling with the government, wrangling with the deep state over the development of this, right? Then you can see that it wasn't really Stanford that.
Yeah, well, I know
that. It was like it was the proximal cause, but it wasn't the only cause.
Yeah, right? I know. Like for the government, like the government's already been planning this. But I guess what still confuses me though is the idea that like the public in the Marvel universe would be super upset. I mean, this is a world where you got like Fin Fang Foom running around and like Green Goblin dropping bombs on Times Square, every couple of months or so, right? Like I would think like not that they would be happy about Stamford, but that this wouldn't be like for the normies, for the public. Like I would think that in this kind of universe, you just be like, oh yeah, it's another crap thing that happens. Let's just
in this So. Basically, what you're getting out there, and I think I agree, is setting this up. It's kind of contrived. Like it doesn't make it's contrived. It doesn't make sense in the universe for people to suddenly be upset about that when something like that happens all the time. This is a universe where you've got superpowered beings all over the place.
Yeah, you're used to things randomly exploding, like whole city blocks just getting demolished by supervillains.
Collateral damage is a thing that happens all the time.
I mean,
right?
I could see if it was like one of the superheroes screwed up and blew himself up, but it was the supervillain that blew up the kids, right? So that's I don't know. It I guess contrived is the right thing. Star Storyteller is saying dudes punch each other out, and then they're friends again. Women hold grudges. I guess. Actually, that's something else. But before I forget, before we get too far in, because I was really confused when I was reading Civil War, because there were so many people of color and women in the comic book. I've been told that diversity hasn't been a thing in comics before, but prior to current year. And just the other day, I was reading an article that someone had posted online about how diversity will be coming to Marvel, and that's something that they're working on including. So I was like, hang on, how can this be 2006, right? If like half the characters are minorities. Even in the New Warriors, right? The only white male character was the Logan Paul screw up that everybody hates, right? All the competent heroes. So that was something that struck me. I guess I was like, I could have sworn that there was no diversity in comics prior to 2021, or whenever you happen to be watching this. If you're watching this in the future, there was no prior diversity prior to 2025 or whatever, right?
There was no diversity prior to like when they really started talking about that is like around 2015. Diversity was invented in 2015. It didn't exist prior to that point.
And of course, I
have a theory about what that why that is. That the reason why that people, well, there's two reasons. One of them is that people who say things like that don't actually know comics at all. I mean that's one strong reason. But then the other thing. That's kind of the obvious reason. But I think the other one is I think the other thing they might be thinking is, that's a black character, but it doesn't represent all of my interests as a black character. So like the problem is they have the skin color that's black, but they're not really black. Which because I know people who are people of color that get that thrown at them all the time. Well, you're not really people of color because you don't have the right political opinions. Right?
Okay. Yeah, that's fair. Well, I was going to say again, me giving everyone the benefit of the doubt. I was going to say that that's actually kind of a fair criticism, because I think like I am in favor of diversity in comics, like unironically. I think it's great that we have awesome superheroes like the Punisher. I think it's great that we have simps like Captain America. I think it's great that we have the Iron Mans and the based Donald Trump tards like Black Panther. And that was great too. Like I loved all the ethno state stuff. Just going back to 2006 and seeing that they were full on ethno state to the point where like Black Panther wouldn't even lift a finger until a person of his own skin color got shot. I was like, wow, that's kind of grim and dark, but it's also pretty based. So I think that there should be heroes of all these different kinds, and my problem with like current year Marvel kind of stuff is the fact that it's like a homogenous kind of watered down. I mean, I know I'm preaching to the choir, so I'm not going to go into a whole rant here, but you know what I mean. Like real diversity is fun. Right, having a lot of different characters with different personalities and different agendas, and different bust sizes too. Because that was actually something else I was thinking of. Thanks to these streams, because I know it's come up several times. The tomboy idea, and I'd just like to throw Maria Hill back up on my tomboy list, because I don't think I included her originally. But she is a tomboy that I appreciate, and she's a powerful woman who doesn't talk about men all day.
Even though she gave the order to go after Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, she's kind of a baddie, but I would say like if I was going to be pro reg, right, it would be to simp for Maria Hill, basically. that would be. I'd be like, yeah, okay, maybe. I'll go. But I mean, even she wasn't that bad. And now one thing that was kind of confusing me about all that, like when Shield gets brought in and everything, because I don't keep too in touch with the whole like Shield meta storyline or anything. But I'm used to it being Nick Fury's bag, and when they were like, "Oh, Nick Fury's not in," like I know he comes in and out, and sometimes he hates them, sometimes he loves them. I guess this is a time when he hates them, and he was anti-reg, or he was dead, or he was in a ghost world or something. But was that what was going on? Because it wasn't really explained.
He was underground because he hated them at the time. Yeah.
Okay. Well, good for Nick Fury.
Yeah. So we have the Stanford thing, and you have pointed out correctly, I think, that it is kind of contrived. If you live in a universe where collateral damage from super beings punching each other out happens every day, it seems kind of weird that this is an event that suddenly
Marvel's crap, basically. Civil War is crap. It's a terrible story.
So that touches off basically a movement run by Miriam Sharp, the mother of one of the kids that was blown up in this incident.
Does she have a lot of other stuff in the universe, or is she just kind of like a one-off character? Because that was something else that was really confusing me, was why Tony Stark was spending so much time and giving her so much attention and power. Like there were like 100 kids at that school. I could imagine that he'd be going. Was it just because he wanted to sleep with her, or was there something going on there?
No. I think that she just made an impression when she spit on him.
Oh, yeah, he's into that stuff. Actually, he might given his history.
Not like that, but no, there was no interest like that at all. I think it was on Tony's part. It was a genuine concern that so many kids were wrapped up in that, right? And the fact that he's tied up with Miriam Sharp is just it's a function of his guilt over that taking place, and the fact that she's just the loudest one
Right,
who
so
actually confronted him directly.
So basically, it's just something contrived so the writers can move the storyline along.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much.
Right.
Yeah. But no, she doesn't. It's not like she had a deep history with Tony Stark,
like
or they had a relationship.
She's not really like a psychic villain, like the AOC character from The Boys or anything, or
No.
Okay. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. Well, I'm just flipping through my notes and like the first couple issues, and just speaking of Stanford, because one of the things that I found really interesting was as soon as this Registration Act like goes online, right? They're chasing. Who were they chasing? One of like the minor superheroes nobody cares about. Who was it? There's some guy they're chasing through the streets trying to tranquilize, right? And they wind up blowing up like an entire skyscraper, just to take a superhero into custody. And I'm thinking, like, I mean, that's got to be intentional. Like the author's drawing, like an ironic parallel between that and Stanford, right? Like you're starting the regulation specifically to stop anything like Stanford happening, and what happens like 5 minutes after the regulations go online? Building blows up because you're trying, and not even a super villain, like a superhero you're trying to stop. Which again, I know, preaching to the choir, I should probably be more pro-reg, but that was infuriating. I'm like, it's already starting to go bad, and why is Tony not seeing stuff like this and changing his mind? But again, that's the Shakespearean element to it, I guess.
Right. Yeah, and we see the that Tony is conflicted through all of this, not just in the main book somewhat, but also in the supplementary material. In the supplementary material, especially if you look at the Iron Man issues 13 and 14, which are the direct Civil War tie-ins from the Iron Man book, you can see that. Well, I've got some screen captures that we can go through here that kind of show that actually they show that Tony is aware that there are bad effects, bad consequences that are going on from this.
Yeah, sure. Go with the screen caps. Oh, and one thing I would like to add as well. I mean, I was kind of, Mom's not here, so he'd probably know more about it. But I did rather like the art in Civil War. I didn't like the art so much in Extremis. I was wondering what was going on with that, because I know one of the first slides you showed was actually one of the things that got me scratching my head, because they reuse panels, and I was like, oh god, that's Photoshop, isn't it?
Okay, I found it.
Like at least Civil War felt like a proper superhero comic to me, right? With nice Marvel action and lines and expressions.
All right, so I found this one. Yeah. This, I think, is from issue 2. I didn't label which particular issue. I just labeled this is from the main Civil War.
Yeah. I think
yeah.
I think that's around the time the building blows up, actually.
Yeah. And then let's see. Then the other captures come from the Iron Man tie-ins that I'm talking about.
Yeah, I actually just found it. It's immediately before the Registration Act becomes a law and the building blows up. It's like the scene right prior to that whole thing. So he's like, oh god, I hope I'm doing the right thing here. Boom, everything goes to crap.
Okay. And now I'm trying to pull up the Iron Man tie-ins, because the two Iron Man tie-ins are the big. Both of them really get into the conflict that's going on in Tony's head during this. So this one right here, this is from issue 13. And this is him. Yeah, this is him doing a PSA in favor of registration, but you can tell that this is like the part of the job he hates. And then we have, and actually, like in the next page, he actually says, "I hate this." So he hates that part of his job. So up here, cut. What's wrong? Tony, pick up that last line again. More energy, more pathos. So, so he's doing pro-reg the PSAs again, and it's not something he enjoys. This is what I was talking about a while back when I said that he was forced into being the head of S.H.I.E.L.D. So we have this conversation here. He gets ushered into this, black car, and we have this conversation going on between the two of them. All right, so we have the president deeply appreciates the way you've landed on this issue. Yeah, he told me that on the 9th green at Lowe's Island. A lot of people have changed their minds about you, Stark. A lot of important people. You definitely made the right play on this deal. Secretary Kooning, let's get something straight. I don't care about what people think of me, especially important people who consider the Registration Act one small part of a broader agenda. Be that as it may, your passion and dedication to the issue has created an opportunity that I think you may find very interesting.
Here's the lizards.
Yeah.
Warning.
Yeah, so the lizards are courting Tony, right? Because they think he's pro-lizard, right? Yeah. So what kind of opportunity? How would you feel about taking command of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Forget it. Come on, Stark. You might want to give this a little thought before you... I just did, and you have my answer. Anything else? So he does not want to be a part of the deep state. He does not want to be in with the lizards, right? So then we lock the car door here. Okay, then you may be sure to give my regards to those important people. Oh, okay, then you be sure to give my regards to all those important people. And then the guy says, listen, Stark, I covered your ass. It's time for you to cover mine. Do you have any idea what kind of strings I had to pull to bury that mess you made with the Ensign's kid? There were over 200 civilians on the airliner you took down. Men, women, children.
Sorry, I'm just thinking.
So this is what I was talking about. Like, he gets blackmailed. Yeah, so the deep state's like, well, we covered up your shit, so now you gotta play ball with us. If it hadn't been for me, Speedball wouldn't be the poster boy for registration. You would. Jack, if you don't take your hand off my wrist, I'll have to break it off. The offer still stands. We'll talk soon. So, yeah, so this just emphasizes again that being director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and being the head of all this, right, is not a choice that he freely made, right? It was something that he felt forced into. And then we have, so we have this conversation with Sal, and this I found interesting because Tony feels that he's being used, essentially. Einstein said he wouldn't join a club that would have him as a member. Actually, that was Groucho Marx. Same difference. Anyway, that's how I feel. That's how I'm feeling these days. Like Groucho? No, genius. Like, ever since I came out in support of registration, I seem to be drawing flies from the left and the right. I've got limousine liberal moonbats expecting me to embrace gun control, and right-wing nutters crawling up my hoop to cheerlead the Patriot Act. You feel like you're playing for the wrong team. Bait!
Tony, go. Actually, interesting enough, I just want to do a quick aside. Many people here probably know this, but in case you don't, our current president wrote the Patriot Act. So the next time Biden opens his stupid mouth, you just remember that. It's a little known fact. He wrote the legislation that eventually became the Patriot Act. So he's been out of that in the past. So, bastards.
So you think you're on the wrong side? No. I mean, no. Tony's just saying that a lot of the players on the team are, well, butt monkeys. Actually, I was going to say tools, but butt monkeys works for me. So we have the scene where Tony is, questioning, doubtful, and conscious that the allies, some of the allies he has, are not very good people, essentially. And yeah, we have base Tony speaking out against Patriot Act too.
Well, I mean,
which
he
is
literally
great.
gets super villains. He literally gets super
Yeah.
villains on his team at one point. So
Yeah. And he's aware of how hinky that is, right?
yeah.
So,
so do you think this is do you think this is like a postmodern retelling of the Lord of the Rings then? Like Sauron the Iron Man against Gandalf the Captain or something, Captain Gandalf America or something. I mean, maybe that's reading too much into it, but
yeah.
Or
so we have
Saruman, Saruman Iron Man, not Sauron.
Yeah. You think I'm wrong? Let it go, Tony. No, Maya, I want to hear what Sal has to say. She's right, Tony. Let's drop it. No, let's hear it. You think I'm wrong. What I think is that you're not nearly as sure about this as you're going to need to be to see it through. So Sal is calling him out and basically saying, you know that if we continue on this path, right, that there are going to be some things that you will have to do, right, in order to actually enforce this, that are not going to sit right with you, right? And yeah, as you say, one of the things is the hinky decision to let some supervillains on your team so they can get out of their sentences. Which, just FYI, I happen to think that there's a parallel between that. There's a parallel between that and Captain America reluctantly agreeing to let Punisher on his side. So,
well, I mean, maybe. I mean, we'll get into that when we get to Punisher. But I was going to say too, because that's actually probably a direct homage. But One Punch Man features a pretty prominent storyline where they break out all the supervillains to augment the forces of the registered superhero guys. So that's something else that shows up in One Punch Man. And if Tony Stark had been reading One Punch Man, he would have seen that it all ends up with the supervillains getting murdered by the one supervillain. I don't know. I don't want to go into spoilers with One Punch Man, but it doesn't wind up. It doesn't wind up good. Either unpredictably bad or predictably, depending on whether you're in the comic or just reading it. So.
Yeah. So I have some captures here. These are also from Iron Man issue 13, one of the two direct Civil War tie-ins. So these captures here are showing the emotional impact of what's going on Tony, and the answer is that he is not the happy warrior for registration. Let's just put it that way. Again, like I said a while back, that the reason that he was pro-registration is basically because he was black-pilled. He thought that it could not be fought. So the best thing to do was to try to work on the inside to make it better, right? But that doesn't mean that he's happy with it or happy with the things that he has to do as someone who's backing this side of the argument, right?
Yeah. Got it.
So we
sorry, keep going. I had something to say there, but I don't know what it is right now. So keep going.
You forgot. Okay. But I wanted to go into the sequence here of Tony being so depressed about this.
Yeah.
So he's laying around with in his bathrobes, right? Basically not doing anything except flipping through the TV channels, right? And Sal basically has to call his friends over to say, I've never seen him like this. Can you do something about it?
Okay, I was
basically.
Sorry, I figured it out. I think I did. Is it was it Peter Singer? I think it's Peter Singer. I'm just going to go with Peter Singer, and if it's not, then I'm stupid. But hopefully, not too many people watch this. Because I was going to say I wasn't sure whether Tony was getting on board just because he's black-pilled, or whether he's getting on board because he's one of these rich people who are into like Peter Singer, Singerian ethics. I don't know. Are you familiar with that guy? I mean, he's not like super popular or anything, and I can barely remember his name myself. But are you at all familiar?
Is that the Princeton guy that says that it's okay to what's the word I'm looking for?
like to be rich
That
and manipulate people, basically to be a
yeah.
lizard. Yeah,
To
yeah.
be a lizard.
I think he's
Yeah.
from prison. And basically, he's saying like it's your moral duty to give back to the world, and in order to give
Yeah.
back to the world, in order to like maximize your ability
Yeah.
to do good in the world, you have to get really
Yeah.
stinking filthy rich, and then use your money to control the world. And it's
Yeah.
basically like a guy who gives ethical justification to the kind of stuff that Tony Stark is doing. So I wasn't sure
Yeah.
if Tony Stark was doing it because he was like a committed Peter Singer kind of billionaire, or whether
Oh
he
wow.
was
Yeah.
just black pilled. I was thinking it was more black pilled, and you're saying
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
black
it's
pilled.
definitely it's definitely black pill, and not because of not
Not because
because
he's a
he's
moral
committed to it.
busybody. Moral
Yeah.
busybody.
Yeah.
He's going to do it with his own conscience. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right, well, that's good.
So
That,
I had this.
that saves him.
Yeah, I had this up here because this is showing that like he gets so down in the dumps about it that essentially he stops getting out of bed and stops showering. Like that's how depressed he is. Like he won't even get out of bed and take a shower. So then Happy has to like force him into the shower, right?
Yeah.
And then we have this conversation right here.
And yet he still looks
so
really
this
good.
Is
That's the thing that gets
So
me.
this-
Like he doesn't take showers and he's ignoring his hygiene, but he still looks like male supermodel Tony Stark. That's infuriating, really.
Well, no, this is after Happy made him get a shower, though.
Okay,
So,
all right.
yeah. So we have this conversation here where he's talking to Hap, and he says, "This isn't going to go away, Hap. Registration was inevitable. It had to happen sooner or later. I'm just trying to keep it from getting out of hand. Can you imagine some C+ average public sector schlub in the Department of Redundancy Department riding herd on people like Hap? Why can't they see that I'm trying to protect them?" So it is definitely a black pill in the sense that he thinks that this is going to happen no matter what we do. So it's better that somebody like us be on the inside controlling how this plays out, right?
That was that was the logic behind the comics code too, wasn't it? As well as like the ESRP for video game nerds.
Quite.
Out there.
Yeah,
like
quite.
It's the industry self-regulation, and we're going to come in and we're going to, we're going to clean up house on our own. Except, I mean, in this case, it's not really like a comics code thing, because comics code was specifically run by the comic book companies. This sounds like it's going to be right, like the superheroes are going to kind of take a back seat to all the regular government stuff. So, but yeah, I mean, this is the kind of argument that comes up. It comes up a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to justify the bad ethics, right? You're trying to take utilitarian rather than the deontological approach to ethics.
Yeah. Right. So, but here we have again, Tony is doubting, right? He's slump-shouldered and doubting that he's doing the right thing, right? And Happy actually comes to his defense and says that you are doing the right thing. You, my friend, are the only cape in the bunch that's both one of us and one of them. Who else can see both sides the way you do? Who else can make sure things are fair? So what Happy is referring to is the fact that actually prior to Extremis, Tony was unenhanced, right? And he actually had a company in the real world, right, that he had to maintain, right? So it wasn't
basically
like
Batman.
Superheroing wasn't his entire life. He also had a normie life that he had to uphold, right? So that's what Happy's getting at, is that Tony isn't, a full-time superhero. He does it in his spare time when he's not running a multinational corporation, right? So Happy is saying that Tony is, one of the few major ones anyway that has his foot in both the normie world and the superhero world, right?
One slight niggle there. I'm not sure I'd call the CEO of a giant $1 trillion multinational corporation a normie. Actually, I mean, there's probably less of them than there are of superheroes. But I mean, I get what Happy's trying to do. Like he's trying to console a friend, so whatever. Just
yeah. Obviously, yeah, he's not exactly a normie even in his non-superhero life, but I think he's also
Happy
saying
is
that
trying to be useful and helpful. So
yeah. And what happens in issue 13 is basically Happy gets beat up by the Spy Master and gets beaten into a coma, essentially. And
that's the line to Tony.
Yeah. And what happens in this takes us to issue 14, right?
Yeah.
In which we're dealing with the consequence of that. Happy is now in a coma and on life support.
Did he? Does he come out of the coma already? Because I rather liked Happy.
No, I'm about to get into that.
Oh God. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm about to get into the fact that no, he doesn't come out of the coma because Pepper in this scene basically asked Tony to remotely unplug his life support because that would be what Happy would wish. He said, "Pep, I don't ever want to end up like Charlie McCoyle, who was basically a brain damaged fighter that they knew in their club, right?"
Good. Yeah, I remember. I remember this. Did this happen another time too?
Yeah.
Or
no, this is the one time.
This is the one time. Okay. Yeah. Oh God.
Yeah.
I don't like this part. La 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 la.
Yeah. So we have. Yeah, this is kind of hinky, but he's resisting it. No,
Don't trust women.
Yeah. Please, so I'm not asking you to do anything. You just have to think it, right? Because he has access to basically all the technology of the world. Yeah.
Wait, is that a reference to him like just think it, like stop his heart with your superpowers or something? Or
yeah, basically.
Oh God, that's dark. That's great.
Yeah, and he's like, but he's still holding off. It's still murder. No, it would just be an equipment malfunction, a glitch in the respirator, one of those horrible, awful things that just happens from time to time. But in Happy's case, a blessing. No one would ever know, not even me, not for sure. And Tony says, but I would. Yeah, so we have Pepper asking him to take Happy off life support here.
Yeah, so that's him kind of going back to deontology and kind of getting the shy away from utilitarianism.
Yeah. And then we have in the same issue, we have Tony calling Steve for a parlay, which brings up something interesting, right? If Tony knew all along how he could get in touch with Steve, how he could find Steve and track him down, right? So the question is, why didn't he do it then? Right? Because if Steve is like the head honcho for the anti-reg side, and your job is to go after the anti-reg superheroes and put them in prison, right? Why are you not? If you have the ability to contact the primary anti-reg guy, right? And you can track him down. Why didn't you go and capture him then? Right? Question. And I think that you could say that this is a giant plot hole, or you could say that actually Tony didn't want to capture Steve at all, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I would go with. I got the impression through the whole thing that he doesn't actually want to capture Cap, and he just wants to do his own thing and
he doesn't.
Just put it off and maybe hope it goes away on its own. I don't know.
Yeah, because several times in tie-in issues like this, and then also in the main Civil War book, we see Tony reaching out to Steve and saying, "Hey, I just want to talk." Right? It happens three times in the homework that I assigned to you all. Right? Where he basically he flies the flag of truce basically and says, "I just want to talk to you."
I was gonna say I was getting mighty sick of it by the end. I was like, "Stop trying to talk, just punch each other. Come on!" I mean, I know that's not what I'm supposed to be thinking, but I got.
But it's like, yeah, sure. Put Punisher didn't do anything wrong. Yeah.
No, he
Sorry,
did not.
I glance at the chat. Yeah.
I mean, well, maybe he did, but he did it for the right reason. So I'll get into it later when we get to Punisher parts.
Yeah.
Punisher and CS.
Yeah, but I still wanted to point out here that all along Tony had the knowledge and the ability to capture Steve, and yet he didn't do it. And I think the reason is that he didn't want to, right? So we have this parlay, right, in which, come on, give me the next capture here. Basically, Tony confronts Steve and asks him if anybody in Steve's group had anything to do with Happy being beaten into a coma, right? So we have here, did you have anything to do with what happened to Happy Hogan, which Steve denies, right? Because really, I don't think it was him. I think it was just Spy Master acting on his own. I'd never. Just answer the question. No. What about the others? No one under my command had anything to do with it. If they did, I'd put a bow on him and hand deliver him to your penthouse.
I'd like to see that. That'd be funny. Good visual gag.
Yeah. But like, here's the thing. He went on his own, right, to talk to Steve, to grill Steve about what the hell happened with Happy, right? And what happened is Cap's group ambushes him, basically. So he's there in peace just to talk, and Cap's group goes after him, right? And that's what happens in the main Civil War book too, is that Tony reaches out his hand and says, Steve, I want to talk in peace. And what happens is, for his trouble, he gets his armor sabotaged, right?
Well, so, I mean, that's because to be fair, that was because he'd sprung a trap on Captain America. Like he only got his armor sabotaged because he was being a douche.
Yeah, I wrote in my notes that to be fair, I wouldn't feel like talking peacefully with this guy if there's a whole bunch of SHIELD agents in the wings, right? But to be fair, I'm not saying that Tony is 100% right or anything. I'm just saying that that Cap's faction is not 100% right either. I think that they did some things that really weren't necessarily above board, right? And definitely doing something like this. Tony came expecting a conventional military parlay. He came alone, right, with none of his supporters, no shield backers or anything, and he gets ambushed by Cap's faction, right?
Instead, he gets the CIA treatment, full CIA treatment.
Yeah. So that's why I said at the beginning that it kind of bothers me that the marketing is like, pick a side, right? Yeah. Like there's sides to this instead of nuances and areas where one side is right and then areas where the other side is right. And maybe there was some sort of compromise we could have built from the scenario, and it didn't have to.
I mean, maybe, but you got to figure, I mean, can you get through an entire issue without superheroes punching each other, though? I mean, come on, you've got to have some way of having Spider-Man swoop down and kick someone in the face, right? Like that's
you're getting at like the requirements of the genre is that people can't just sit around talking. There has to be a fight. Yeah,
there has to, even if it's a flashback to them fighting. It's still got to be somebody gets punched in the face. It's a visual medium. It's meant to have action and movement and
but I just wanted to point that out. That's why I said a while ago that I'm prepared to be Tony Stark Defense Squad, because I think that it's wrong to just simplify this and say Tony was the villain in this event. I think that it's a lot more complex. It's a lot more complex than that.
Do people say that? Again, I don't keep up with the Civil War drama stuff. But do people consider Tony to be a villain? Because just going through
Yes,
like
I have
Civil
heard.
War.
I have heard in the stuff that I follow on comics YouTube. I've heard some offhand remarks to that effect, and I think that saying that he was just a straight up villain is not. It's not 100% accurate. Is what I'm trying to get across. Right.
I would.
It's
I
a
would
lot
agree
more
with that.
complex.
I mean, even without the supplemental stuff that you had me read, just going through the main Civil War books, my initial impression was that like he wasn't a villain. He was actually the most interesting character on the Reg side, like by far. And I would consider him more of like a Shakespearean hero, right? Like kind of a villain, but like a sympathetic villain that you're rooting for, but you can see why he's going to fall in the end, right?
Yeah, he said he's backed this because he is black-pilled, and now he feels like he has to commit to it because the other option. Again, I've gone over this. He believes the other options are worse, and he is also concerned about his own capacity to do damage, right?
Well, because I mean, he's always been pretty black pilled too, though. Because I mean, he had that whole big story arc where he was cucking out for the sake of happy and everything, and he's always been that kind of broody, self-sacrificing, a little bit simpy, but not really so much simpy as he is just. I don't know. Have you ever read like Tale of Two Cities? With like in high school. Yeah, the guy that gets his head chopped off in the end. I forget his name, but basically, like he spends the entire book like screwing himself over and being miserable. And I kind of get that impression from Tony Stark just through all the other stuff. Like he's outwardly like this big flamboyant playboy, but he's inwardly, he's this neurotic, kind of brooding,
self-loathing, neurotic. Warzone says the story wouldn't work at all if Tony is a villain. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
I mean, I think it would work as on the level of like people punching each other in the face, right? Like I was actually kind of disappointed with it, in that it didn't have enough superheroes punching each other in the face. I was like, this is not exciting enough. They need, maybe it's just the MCU kind of stuff. Like you got so used to Marvel having, like space battles and things that Thor and Hercules punching each other doesn't do it anymore. But I think in that sense it might work. But I think as like an actual smart story for people with a brain, it probably wouldn't work if Tony was just a villain and Iron Man. Even without going into like everybody loves Iron Man anyways, and they'd be upset if Iron Man suddenly turned out to be a Hydra agent the whole time. Not that would ever happen.
Not that that's ever happened in the history. In the recent history of Marvel. So he gets ambushed and he doesn't have them arrested. He lets them go, right? Because I agreed on a parlay, and a parlay it is. Tell Rogers that whatever he may think of me, I'm still a man of my word.
Yeah.
So he's not a simple villain. I think you have it right. I think you have it right, Punch, when you describe him as the Shakespearean hero, right?
Yeah. He's caught between duty and utility, and he can't pick a side between duty and utility, and he's in the position that he's in. So
And I think that I have it right too when I say that there's some aspects of extremists influencing him too, right? So
what
we have both of those things going on.
So were these specific issues that you're showing right now, were they written after Extremis or with Extremis?
After. This is issues 13 and 14.
Okay, yeah, the end of
Yeah,
the second half.
yeah, yeah. So Extremis was issues 1 through 6. Execute program, which I talked a lot about earlier, was
Yeah,
issue 7 through 12, and then this 13 and 14 with the direct
this is
Civil War
post.
tie-ins.
All right.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
That makes.
yeah, so he's empowered by Extremis in this. And
I mean, that doesn't
so
really. Well, I mean, I know it was written afterwards.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously they don't really bring it up
Yeah.
In the main Civil War, which I guess is a little jarring too.
Yeah.
Get into that book, but
yeah. And so, and here we have, again, this is written by the Nuffs, like the Execute program was. Again, there's the Nuffs and Christus Gage and weirdly Brian Michael Bendis again are the heroes, I think, of this event, in that they heroically tried to redeem what was actually a crap idea. So here, what I have in these panels is from issue 14. This is Tony very nearly relapsing in his alcoholism because of the stress of what's going on with Civil War. So, yeah.
Wait, is that his house? Like, why would he have booze in his house?
Oh, because Tony has booze in his house to remind himself not to. And it's kind of weird. He's the kind of guy that wants that there just to challenge him. He wants to prove to himself that he has the ability to resist it.
That's fair enough. I've heard about stuff like that before. I think it's mad, but it's whatever.
It's not. You're right. It's not the best idea, but he is the kind of guy that wants to prove to himself that he can conquer this. So he always has stored in a back corner somewhere a bottle of alcohol, so that he can prove to himself that he has conquered this addiction. So here we have him looking at the bottle of alcohol, right? And
You'd think he could afford it.
Pouring a glass.
Scotch than that.
Yeah.
So. I mean, being like a trillionaire. Not that it's
right.
bad, but I'd figure it'd be one of those, like $3,000 a glass.
Yeah. So here he is pouring himself a glass. Like, he's on the edge here, right?
Yeah.
And the only reason he doesn't take a drink is that Sue Storm, the Invisible Girl, kicks it out of his hand.
She was actually quite interesting throughout Civil War. I liked Sue and Johnny a lot. Again, I didn't read it all. I thought he was a complete putz. But Sue was nice. So it's good to see her coming in clutch at just this moment.
Yeah.
So, wait, actually, does that mean she was spying on him the whole time?
Yes.
In his house,
the whole time,
watching him do stuff.
Well, at least in issue 14, she was spending the whole time spying on him. Yeah.
Ew. That's a bit... And he didn't realize, he didn't mentally hear her heartbeat or something, or read her mind, or...
No, he can't read minds. He can only use technology to monitor. So if you're not carrying a phone or something, he can't.
Okay.
He can't hear you. Yeah. It's not like he suddenly developed telepathy. No, it's not that kind of power. It's that he can just access cameras on smartphones and shit like that.
So he's the NSA character, which again,
exactly.
this was written back when that was a really big thing, like the whole NSA, Snowden, CIA kind of stuff. Everyone's. It was woke to be against that kind of for any Zoomers out there who don't remember this time period. It was incredibly woke to be anti-government and to be anti-glowy, right? I know that's the big thing now, is everyone's concerned with the glowies. But back from the 1960s up until 2008, the left was incredibly worried about glowies and government surveillance and all that kind of stuff. So that makes sense that he's sneaking into cell phones, which were a new technology back then too. Like that was kind of cutting edge.
Yeah. So this is Sue Storm kicking the drink out of his hand. And she's basically there also to confront him because she thinks Tony has destroyed her marriage to Reed.
I mean, Reed kind of destroyed the marriage to Reed, but okay.
Yeah, yeah. Which Tony says correctly, like the things you're doing, the things you're making Reed do. Reed's a big boy. No, Reed's not a big boy. Not around you. He idolizes you. It's disgusting how much he looks up to you, how eager he is to please you. Oh yeah, that's me, the puppet master. Has it ever occurred to you that he might just agree with me, or is that too much ego to handle? And she slaps him. You bastard! You destroyed our marriage. So,
well, that's interesting.
Sue is here trying to, yeah, I think Tony's right here. I think Sue is trying to rationalize why Reed would act the way he's acting, and she's laying on all the blame on Tony because Tony is not her husband. But I think Tony is right to defend himself here and say, no, Reed is making his own decisions. He's not following me like a little puppy dog, right?
Yeah, I mean, Captain America says the same thing to him at one point, and he says the same thing to Captain America. So, I mean, I'd agree with you though. I think Reed is a big boy, and I think it's his own damn fault for all the stuff that he was doing.
Yeah. And then we have here, let's see.
But I mean, I figured she loves him and she needs someone to blame that's not Reed and not herself.
Yeah.
So,
like it's psychologically, mostly it makes sense. And he says, "No, Sue, you destroyed your marriage. Ever since you left, Reed's been hanging on by his fingernails. We all have. Everyone's been hurt by this war. Everyone's paid a price. Everyone but you, right, Tony? You hire people to do that for you. What the hell's that supposed to mean?" So this is Sue doing the traditional, oh, Tony's not suffering, Tony's benefiting from this. And that's actually not the case at all. So I was there, Tony. I was at the hospital. I heard that poor woman pleading with you, begging with you, and he gets upset and punches a window. Tony punches glass a lot in this.
Yeah, see, that's exciting. That's nice and exciting. Star Storyteller is saying sympathetic villains are overdone. Which I mean, I'd agree. Like now, like nowadays, it's definitely overdone. I think they're interesting. I think they can be done well. And I don't think Tony is a sympathetic villain in this. I think he's more like a sympathetic, not quite villain, not quite hero. He's the Shakespearean. He's the Shakespearean hero who's heroic, but he has a flaw, and this tragic flaw leads him to the path of ruin. Makes him make bad choices and destroy his life and the lives of those around him that he loves. But yeah, I think the problem with sympathetic villains, just again, I'm probably preaching to the choir here, but in like modern comics, is the fact that they're not really sympathetic villains. They're just sympathetic, and they make you think that the villains are the good guys, right?
Yeah.
Like you need villain.
Or the real issue is that like sympathetic villains nowadays, what they do to try to make them sympathetic actually doesn't work at all. Yeah. Like the thing about like Tony being a sympathetic, quote unquote, villain in Civil War is that the heroic writers that I've been talking about actually do give him genuine, rational reasons why he would be pro-reg and why he would be acting in this way, right? So they're real reasons that at least sort of make sense, right? But like saying somebody was a villain because let's say a pack of Dalmatians killed your mother, that's not a sympathetic villain. That's someone saying that tragedy in your childhood justifies anything, which is totally different. Like, I don't know what I'm trying to say here is that I don't think saying that that Tony is a sympathetic, let's say, antagonist, because I think antagonist is technically correct.
Yeah,
Um,
that could work.
yeah, so he's a sympathetic antagonist, because, and a genuinely sympathetic one, because there is rational human reasons why he would be in this position, right? But it's not. I don't think the narrative is saying that everything he does is right. I think that's the difference between something like this and then sympathetic villains of today. Is that sympathetic villains of today don't say they basically justify really crappy behavior on the flimsiest of grounds, instead of saying like a real sympathetic villain, a well-written sympathetic villain would say he has his reasons. They are rational and human, but that doesn't necessarily mean he's right. And I think that at the very least, although Civil War is a bad book and a bad idea, right? At the very least, it wasn't so bad that they actually said Tony was right or anything, right? They just said that Tony had his reasons, you know. Does that make sense? What I'm trying to say there?
Oh, sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, that makes sense. I think.
Yeah,
I would agree with that.
Yeah. So at least we're not justifying. As a matter of fact, like after Civil War, like that's the thing that Tony has to answer for many, many more years after that, right? After like post brain erasure, one of the effects of the brain erasure is that erases all of his memory of what he was thinking at the time during the Civil War, so that he now has like an intellectual understanding. He has an intellectual understanding that this happened and that he was on the pro-Rex side, but he no longer has a memory of what he was thinking at the time or what was going on with him emotionally, right?
Yeah, so he hasn't read the comics. Basically, he knows the Wikipedia, but he hasn't read the comics.
Right. And so what happens in these kind of post-Civil War years is a lot of time people will be mad at him or will confront him and say, you know, I'm still mad at you. Essentially, I'm still mad at you because of this thing that you did during the Civil War. And then, Tony will say, I'm sorry. And he says in one comic in that period, like, I've been apologizing a lot. I'm sorry. He says this to Spider-Man. I'm sorry, and the Spider-Man is like, "Do you know what you're saying sorry for?" And he's like, "I don't know. I've been saying sorry a lot for things I don't remember." Like, you know?
Oh man. Oh god. I was just thinking, like, it would be so great. Like if he was actually a villain, that would be the perfect setup for an M. Bison line right there. you know what I mean, right? For me it was it was Tuesday.
For me, it was Tuesday. Yeah.
For you,
but he's not.
The day the Rex superheroes destroyed your city block was the worst day of your life, and threw you in the prison on the moon.
Yeah.
What's that prison on the moon? Where exactly?
No,
like they said it was in like the negative zone or something.
It was in the negative zone. Yeah.
But
that's not the moon. It's like It's like an alternate dimension, essentially.
That's too bad, because I was kind of hoping that it would have like a Sonichu tie-in, because in Sonichu, one of the main plot points is that things have a tendency to get imprisoned on the moon, banished to the moon, and imprisoned there. So I was like, oh hey, these guys read Sonichu, but no, I guess not. That's too bad.
Yeah. So. So that's so those tie-ins kind of give you like what is Tony's perspective here, and I think it does fit your impression, Punchy, that he is meant to be a Shakespearean antagonist, someone who has his reasons for doing what he's doing, right? And it's because of a tragic flaw in his nature, right, that
Yeah.
he is making the choices that he's making, and not because he's a simple straight up villain, right?
Yeah.
Um,
The things that make him heroic, right,
yeah,
are his capacity for questioning himself, as well
yeah,
as his tremendous intellect and outward confidence in his ultimate ability to handle things, right? Like he knows that he
yeah,
can
yeah,
handle things and he can do things on an intellectual level, but on an emotional level, he feels like he can't, right? That seems to
right,
be
yeah,
kind of the underlying character of
yeah.
Tony, and that
That's
is
that's a pretty good description. Yeah,
that's a really good trait for him as a hero, because it gives him the strength to do the things that he needs to do in order to beat the villains, but it also gives him like the humanity and the grounding to still be like a sympathetic hero. However,
mm-hmm.
in Civil War, I think that, again, this is the Shakespearean tragedy. Like he's got this flaw. These things about him wind up leading him to ruin, because he's got that confidence that he can be the lizard, he can be the good lizard,
Yeah.
the
He can be the good lizard,
Saruman. Yeah, he's
the benevolent
he's
lizard. Yeah,
Boromir. He can take the ring and he can use it to defeat Sauron and the forces of evil. Give it here, Hobbit. That kind of stuff. But he's also got that, that self conscious, like doubt about
yeah,
himself that kind of makes him miserable and
yeah,
leads him into dark places in his mind. So these two things combined lead him to supporting the reg, and
yeah.
I mean, that's part of it. I think the main problem with Tony through the entirety of Civil War is the fact that he didn't read One Punch Man. Again, if he had done that, it would have been fine. But the second problem, the less severe problem, is the fact that he's got these really great character strengths that are also flaws that lead him to ruin.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
that hello, is that you? Or?
That's hello. That's me, but that's not for me specifically. I just saw the name on the
Okay.
phone.
All right.
It's the guy who mows our lawn.
So one thing I was wondering, because you kind of mentioned Spider-Man, and he made a cameo appearance in that last tie-in, and I know I think he shows up in like the second book or the first book or something of Civil War, but he tends to be like, I remember when I was a kid, everybody loved Spider-Man. Like Spider-Man was the Deadpool when I was little. But what would you think about Spider-Man's choices? Like, do you think he would have gone cucked for Tony, or would he have cucked for Captain America, or what? Because I heard that was controversial.
Yeah. Well, in the actual event, he did both, right? Well, he started off. Yeah. Yeah, he started off cooking for Tony, and then changed his mind because he was disturbed by like Cyber Thor and the Negative Zone prison and stuff like that, and he changed his mind and switched to Cap's side, right? So, and I don't know. I'm not a huge Spider-Man expert. I'd have to ask someone who is a big fan of Spider-Man whether that actually works or not.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I don't know if Marmaduke is big. Chat. Does anyone in chat, are you big Spider-Man fans? Do you have any strong opinions on whether he would be pro reg or anti reg? Because I mean the impression that I got from him was I mean he was never like super like soul searching or I mean he was a moral character obviously. But he was more about like being young and being brash and having funny quips, right? And just being a dumb kid who has superpowers and is having fun until his girlfriend dies.
Well, I think there's a level of personal guilt in him too, though, because
again, like he winds up killing his girlfriend off, and he does things that make him like a coming of age arc. Definitely anti-regs as well. So I mean I would think he's probably anti-reg too, but
I think that's what based on what I know about Spider-Man, I think definitely anti-reg. Yeah. So So it doesn't quite work the way that it was written in the main Civil War book.
Yeah.
But
So
that
is
was
that was there like a good like would he have? Because I know Captain America at one point suggests that Spider-Man did it basically because he read Richards to Tony Stark. Like he idolized Tony Stark and he just wanted to go along with Tony Stark. Like is that something that would actually happen though? Like is he that much of a Tony Stark simp that he would?
No, I don't think so.
Especially reveal himself, because I know that's something that he's.
I think that's a. I think that's an unreliable assessment of the.
That's just Civil War being crap. All right.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of unreliable assessments going on in Civil War.
Okay. Well, I mean that one specifically didn't bother me so much because it leads to my favorite part in Civil War. My favorite non-Punisher, non-Wolverine part in Civil War was when he does the whole face reveal, and then there's that great visual gag of his boss like falling over at the desk.
Yeah.
One panel he's there, the next panel he's just clonk.
Yeah.
So I thought that was a lot of fun.
J. Jonah passing out is definitely
that was great. But I mean, as far as like the actual plot goes, that was I wasn't super into it. Like it was fun to see Spider-Man kicking people in the face and shouting quips and being funny. Because I do kind of miss him. Like I think a lot of the attention's gone to people like Deadpool again, because he's like the new funny guy and everyone loves him. But Spider-Man used to be fun and funny.
The current Spider-Man book, which I've been sort of following along with, it's not bad. It's not bad.
Okay.
I'm hoping along with everyone else that the current Spider-Man book eventually undoes the breaking up of his marriage. That would be really great if that actually happened. And Nick Spencer has been teasing about that all along in kind of a frustrating manner. Like if you're gonna undo one more day, then just do it. Stop teasing us about it. What the hell's wrong with you? But
yeah.
Yeah. So actually, let me give you the opportunity now to talk about your favorite parts involving the Punisher and Wolverine.
Oh, good. Well, I mean, that's all. I mean, Wolverine, he actually doesn't really get too much to do in this. I know there are specific books dedicated to Wolverine, which I haven't read yet. I didn't mention this on stream, but I have mentioned this to Write Geek. But I have like a collection of like 120 something Civil War comics here. So I just focused on the. And
there were like Wolverine tie-ins.
Yeah, there were a lot of Wolverine tie-ins, which I'll probably go back.
And I read those because when I was reading this the first time, I was like, this is Civil War, and I had it in my head that I had to read everything. So I actually did read like. I read almost all of them until I got kind of tired of it, and it was like some of the tie-ins that were of things that I didn't really have any investment in, like the Runaways and stuff like that. I kind of said, after a while, I was like, now I'm tired of it. Now I don't think I'll read the rest of it. But I did read like a good chunk of the 120 tie-ins that exist. Like,
okay, well, yeah, I mean that was going to be my question, whether it's worth it to go through all the tie-ins or not. But I mean, the chat can feel to weigh in on that too if it's worth it. As far as Wolverine goes,
to do all of them. I think it would be worth it to you if you had like a favorite character and you wanted to do what they were doing at that time. Yeah.
I mean, I do have favorite characters. I highly doubt they have a Jubilee tie-in book to this, because wasn't she dead at that point? Was that like when she died and became a vampire or something? Or, I don't know when that happened.
I'm not an expert. I'm not an X-Men expert, so.
But yeah, I mean, I think I know enough about the X-Men to kind of guess where it's going, because I mean they've always been dealing with
tie-ins, so you could read just the general X-Men tie-ins and figure out.
Yeah.
going on there.
But yeah, like, but as far as like specific stuff that Wolverine was getting into, I don't know. He didn't do much in the main Civil War books. He did show up sometimes, but he wasn't super on their side. It was funny when they tried to go and get like the Professor X school to team up with them, and they were basically like, yeah, fuck off, like, we're dealing with our own stuff. Same with what's his name, Namor, right? The guy that's not Aquaman. Not Aquaman. And of course Wakanda, which was great. Going full ethno state. That stuff was fun, and I was glad that they didn't do like a 180 and have all the X-Men come out in favor of regulations, because that would have been that would have been weird.
That would definitely not have been right. That would definitely not have worked. I'm no X-Men expert, but I know that would not have worked.
Yeah, and just like when they were kind of walking around, right, and they had the Sentinels spying on them, just 24 hours a day, and I was thinking about that because there is that operation. What was it called? The deep state operation that was gonna send Sentinels against them. Yeah, that one. And it's like, but that's already happening to the X-Men and the Genosha and all that kind of stuff. Like, it's current in universe. But I guess it's horrible when it happens to you, and it's just kind of CNN news when it happens to the mutants or something. But yeah, so Wolverine was fine. Didn't do too much. Punisher actually didn't wind up doing too much either. But I think what he did was rather pivotal to the story, and I really liked his contributions, however much he did. And do you want me to kind of skip ahead, because we're kind of skipping all over the place anyways, right?
Yeah, we are.
Like we're not going to. Yeah. All right. Well, basically, again, I was thinking about C.S. Lewis a lot as I was reading this, and especially like the King Arthur stuff. When Tony starts going into like the flashbacks with King Arthur, that too was very C.S.
Oh
Lewis.
Yeah.
But with the Punisher specifically, I think many of the people in the audience probably remember. Actually, hang on a second. Yeah, say something. I gotta talk about the cat for a minute.
Say something. Yeah. So he mentioned there was a reference to King Arthur. Yeah, that was in the Confession, I believe. Let me see if I can find the capture. Yeah, that's the second capture I have here. Yeah, so in the Confession, Tony says that when he went back in time to fight with King Arthur with Doom on the other side, he says that at that point, that's when he had the first premonition that something like the Civil War was going to happen, right? Yeah, so I have, this is from the Confession again. So we have a couple of years ago, Dr. Doom and I had a rather hostile run-in that ended up with the both of us, as can only happen to us, being accidentally transported back in time to King Arthur's England. I met King Arthur, me, who based the entire theme of Iron Man on an archetype he perfected. I met King Arthur. And in this speech, he talks about how he at that time, he had a premonition that the Civil War was going to happen. I didn't know what the war was going to be about or when it was coming, but I knew I'd know it when I saw it. And I tried to get everyone gathered to make a place where we could all govern each other. This is referring to the Illuminati again. I tried to stop this war before it even got started, before I even knew it was coming, but I couldn't do it. All I got back was compromise and half trust. And I knew my fears were real, even though no one would believe me. I know how it sounds. I knew confessing it to anyone, including you, would be met with a friendly laugh and just condescension, so I kept it to myself. So he had this premonition that something bad was going to happen, and thus that's what inspired him to assemble the Illuminati to begin with,
Okay,
so that
yeah,
they would
yeah.
have like a superhero UN essentially to hash this stuff out. But then, in establishing this, he realized that no one completely trusted him and thought he sounded a little bit mad, right, about it. So he kept all of these things that he was worried about and thinking about to himself. So he didn't trust that the others would take him seriously, essentially. Um, yeah.
Okay.
And I think
Yeah. So you have the whole King Arthur part then. Yeah, that's
yeah,
the Illuminati then. All right. Yeah, I do
yeah,
remember
yeah,
that scene with Professor X and Doctor Strange and everything, and I was like, ah, that's
yeah, yeah, yeah.
um. So I guess I did know about the superhero Illuminati, but they've
Yeah, 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 because this right there was the superhero Illuminati meeting. Yeah.
okay.
So then, yeah, and him, we had to work within the system. We had to work with the leaders that the people of this country voted to represent them. Do not do this is arrogance, criminal arrogance. I told you that. I knew that you would force me. No, that's wrong. You didn't force me, but I knew that I would be put in the position of taking charge of this side of things. Because if not me, who? Who else was there? No one. So I sucked it up. So
That's the arrogance of Tony. It's gonna be
yeah,
me.
it's got to be me. But like it's arrogance, but it's also I think it is also coming from a genuine place of concern for his
Oh,
friends too.
yeah,
That
and plus,
if
I
it's
mean,
not
Tony. If
someone
anyone's gonna
else,
do it, if anyone's
yeah,
gonna do it, it is Tony. I mean, he is pretty badass. So arrogance
yeah, yeah,
and confidence are just flip sides of the same coin. So,
yeah, yeah.
um,
But like he said in the Iron Man issues, like, can you imagine some C plus bureaucrat in the Department of Redundancy Department controlling this? They would totally muck it up. It has to be me, right? And
yeah,
he says that because it is arrogance on his part, but it's also um, out of genuine concern. Like,
yeah,
because he thinks that it's inevitable, because he's black pilled and he thinks that this is going to happen no matter what we do, and that resistance is only going to make it worse, right? Then he assumes the responsibility for controlling the whirlwind, essentially,
yeah.
controlling how this is going to go down.
It's the tragic
Because
flaw.
yeah, because he feels like uh, if he doesn't do it, then someone else who isn't as connected to these people is going to be in charge of it, and that's going to lead to even worse results for them, right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Well,
so it's a combination of overestimating his own ability, but also out of concern for his friends too. I
yeah.
did what you do. I committed, because if this wasn't handled with full commitment, thousands of people could die. Innocent people. I knew what I had to do. Um,
Well, that's actually it's interesting you're bringing that up right now. Like, I want to get back to Punisher in a second, but
yeah,
because Reed's right there, and one of the things that I thought was really interesting about Reed versus Tony was, Tony has
yeah,
these big ethical moral dilemmas going on, but Reed
yeah,
just kind of maybe they go into him more in his own issues, but Reed just kind of
yeah,
comes off as like an autistic dweeby banal guy, right? Like
yeah,
you've heard of this
yeah,
concept of like the banality of evil, right?
yeah, yeah,
That's kind of the impression I got from him. Like, he wasn't being actively evil. He was just so wrapped up in, he's like, hey, I can make this cool little Thor robot, and oh god, isn't it an
yeah,
interesting science project? Oh, look at these
yeah,
equations I'm writing. That's really nice. Just like a
yeah, yeah,
dork hanging out in his room, without these kind of moral things. But his actions wind up being the worst ones of the whole group, right? Like, he's the guy that makes the murder Thor that kills. I mean,
that
spoiler
kills.
warnings.
Yeah,
spoiler warnings, but
he's the one that. Well, I think everyone who's listening has probably read it, but if you're listening to this and you haven't read it,
if you haven't read a 20-year-old comic series, that everyone's at least familiar with the overall story, right?
Yeah.
You know.
So. Yeah. But it goes. So, we have the creation of the murder Thor. Yeah. Terrible.
But yeah, Tony was interesting in that respect.
Yeah.
You'll get no argument. I'm not going to be anti-Tony. I could be anti-Tony if you want me to be. Like, I could try and play devil's advocate, but I rather I thought he was the most interesting character besides the Punisher and Wolverine. I thought he was the most interesting character.
Yeah.
And Logan Paul, obviously, he was great fun. Jake Paul there in the beginning. But yeah, C.S. Lewis, right? Speaking of King Arthur, many of you have probably watched the previous couple of streams where they went over C.S. Lewis. But just to recap, we read some C.S. Lewis books, some sci-fi dystopian novels written by the great Christian author C.S. Lewis. He had a lot to say. It wound up being like 3 episodes long. But one of the theses that I had, like one of the problems that I had with C.S. Lewis, like I don't necessarily think he's a lizard, but I disagreed with him on one of his main points, and that was his insistence on obedience being the cardinal virtue, right? And this is something that comes up in the third book as well as the second book. Most of the second book has like this big, long, like Iron Man and Captain America talk to each other and then have to punch each other. That's that kind of stuff. Even C.S. Lewis is doing that kind of Civil War stuff. But a lot of the plot hinges on this idea that obedience is the cardinal virtue, and I don't actually think it is. I think obedience, it can be a virtue, but I think that the real virtue, the overarching virtue is, I guess discernment or wisdom or gnosis, whatever you want to call it. Like, it's not so much the idea of being obedient to something, rather it's the idea of being wise enough to know which authorities you can obey and which authorities you've got to fight back against, right? So obedience on its own, I think, is kind of worthless, and it can lead to problems like, we were bringing up the glorious Chinese party, which I fully support, and I do not know what Hong Kong is. Nothing about Taiwan, right? But and in the case of civil war, right, you've got people who want to be obedient, right? You want to be obedient to the government. You want to be obedient to law. You want to be obedient to the regulations, right?
Right.
So if you just go with like pure obedience, right, then you can wind up screwing yourself over in the end. I think my argument would be that obedience is secondary to wisdom and to the ability to determine what is the right moral code to follow. Whether that's, maybe this is expanding it a bit beyond what C.S. Lewis was trying to get at, but it could be obedience to either a god, right, divine authority, or a temporal authority, or to like a principle, right, like an ethical authority, if you want, right. So that's just kind of where I'm coming from, right. Now, I thought Punisher was quite interesting. Like, I've always really enjoyed Punisher's character, mostly because I'm a guy and I like people getting shot in the face, and I think he's a lot of fun, right? Also, as a veteran, I mean, it's kind of it's like the Hollywood kind of stuff. There's issues on both sides, but he's still he's fun, right? He's a battle buddy kind of thing. And the thing with Punisher, right, is he's very hypocritical right? Like I'm just going to admit that straight up. And they make it quite obvious that he's hypocritical throughout the course of Civil War, right? Because what are the big things that he's always complaining about? It's murderers and it's thieves, right? He hates murderers, he hates thieves, and he will shoot you in the face if you're a murderer and a thief. But every time he shows up in Civil War, he's doing either one or the other, or usually both of those things, right? Like he shows up and he kills the guys that are beating up what was it, Spider-Man, was it? He shows up and he's like, oh, I just stole all this stuff from Stark Industries, and now I'm gonna hack into the building and steal a whole bunch of more stuff, and then oh hey, I'm killing more people, right? So so he hates murderers and thieves, but his whole life involves killing people and
thieving.
Right? So he's a hypocrite, right? No, I don't think he's a hypocrite at all. Aha! And there's a quote, because I've been playing a lot of Hearts of Iron 4 lately, so I just want to excuse myself before I drop this, because I believe it's by FDR, whom I'm not very fond of. I know Captain America would be fond of FDR, but I'm kind of on the fence. A libertarian, I disavow President Roosevelt. He's a lizard, blah, blah, blah. But he had a quote, something to the effect of, rules are not sacred, but principles are, right? And by what I would think would be like the application to the Punisher is that murdering and thieving are rules, right? They're rules of conduct. You don't kill people, you don't rob from them, etc. But they're not actually the principle that the Punisher is operating under, right? The Punisher, I think he operates under essentially a libertarian principle, right? He's a non-aggression principle kind of guy. He believes that you cannot be the person to initiate force. Like you don't go out and you hurt someone just because you can, because they looked at you funny, or because you did something, you just felt like randomly killing someone, right? And this of course contrasts with my all-time favorite superhero, who is Lobo from DC, who doesn't give a crap about any of that. Like he will just kill people because it's funny, and he wants to cut ahead in a line at a bank or something. But for the Punisher, right, I think he is actually a very principled and very moral superhero, in that he follows this principle of, I don't hurt people who don't deserve it, right? Like I am not the guy who goes out and and obviously, like every superhero is going to be like, oh, I'm the good guy, you're the bad guy. Even some supervillains are going to be that way. But the Punisher determines who is good and who is bad, not based on his own emotions, even though, he's very emotional. He's probably one of the most emotional characters Marvel's written. But he bases it specifically on, like, are you a criminal? Are you the kind of person that will initiate violence against innocents? And if you are, I'm not going to have any mercy on you. I'm going to go out, I'm going to kill you, it's done, blah, right? But if you're not, right, like he's not going to go out and he's going to kill people, right, just for the hell of it. And I think that really came to a head in what was it, like issue 5 or 6, where the evil supervillains come in to the anti-reg camp, and they're like, oh, we're going to join up with you, and there's kind of like, oh, is Captain America actually going to join up with supervillains? Like, I don't think he would, but Tony Stark had already compromised and let supervillains into his group, which basically undermines the whole point of regulation. Even if you're like, well, it's going to be Suicide Squad, and like I love the Suicide Squad too, like, don't get me wrong, big fan of Harley Quinn and everything, but in the context of Marvel, I don't really think that works, because again, these are those sympathetic villains that aren't actually villains, right? Like, they kind of take away all the villain stuff, and I think most of these villains on the pro-reg side, they are genuinely villains, and they are genuinely going to be, snuggling and burning people and murdering people and killing people and doing all kinds of horrible things. things.
Yeah.
So the fact that the Punisher just suddenly hauls out and shoots them in the face without any, again, spoilers, without any warning, and then he's just like,
Yeah.
"What?" I thought
Yeah.
that
What?
was, I thought that was brilliant. I
Yeah.
thought it was a saving moment for the anti-reg camp, because they were on that precipice where they could have taken they could have taken the apple off the tree and bitten it, and oh god, it's so juicy.
Yeah.
It would have been a disaster. But there was the Punisher coming in clutch, just like Ransom in book 2 of the Hideous Strength trilogy, the Forbidden Silent Planet trilogy, right? Coming out and just shooting them in the face, and when he confronts Captain America, I think that brought that all into focus. It was the climax of the entire book, was that moment where Captain America is beating the crap out of him and he's about to punch him, and he's like, "Why don't you fight back, you coward?" And he's just like, "I'm not gonna fight you," right?
Yeah.
Like he's getting the absolute hell beaten out of him, but he's not going to lift a finger because he knows that Captain America isn't one of the bad guys, right? And this is one of the things that everybody in Civil War is winding up forgetting time and time again. It's that you're not supposed to be fighting the superheroes, right? You don't fight the bad guy. You don't fight the good guys who have the same principles as you. You fight the lizards. You fight the deep state that wants to turn everyone into X-Men, that wants to oppress you. You fight the supervillains that want to blow up little kids, right? But they've gotten so far down that rabbit hole that it was just routine, that superheroes fighting each other, punching each other. And then here it is, the Punisher, right? The most violent, unhinged, some people would say sociopathic and psychopathic. I wouldn't, but we can just say he's psychopathic, right? Hero of them all. And he's the one guy that still has his head screwed on straight, right? Like he's willing to take a fatal beating from Captain America simply because it would go against his principles to fight back, right? He's willing to break these rules. He's willing to murder people. He does not give a crap at all about blowing stuff up and murdering and robbing and thieving and doing all this bad stuff. But he does care about the principle that you are not the one who initiates violence. You are not the one that initiates force. And when you do initiate force, it's the you guys remember the citizen sheepdog idea or anything that used to be really big in like conservative circles some years back. It's kind of died out again, but just real quick, it's this idea. It was popularized, I think, originally by Hal Grossman, a Marine Corps guy who's really good. He's kind of anti-video games, so I'm a bit skeptical of his stuff, but he's a fun read if you can get a chance. He plays video games, but he thinks that video games increase violence, or at least desensitize people to violence was the big thing that he got famous for. But he also was big on this idea of citizen sheepdogs, that is like violent people who are willing to do violence to help the really moral people, right? And I would actually probably include Captain America in the in the sheep category, right? Like I don't think Captain America is. I mean, obviously, like he's really strong and he's really fast and he's a great hero and he can beat people. But I think he's very attached to rules as well as principles, and he's not willing to get his hands dirty, so to speak. But the Punisher is, and the Punisher still has that same principle. And in many ways, he's even sticking to the principle more than Captain America, which I think is ultimately maybe the biggest tragedy of the book is the fact that Captain America sees this in like the next issue. And there's that callback when he's about to deck, he's just beat the crap out of Tony Stark and he's about to deck him. And there's that panel. I don't know if you have that panel handy, like a side by side, but it's a clear callback to him about to punch Punisher through the wall for murdering people. And then he just realizes what he's doing, and he sees all the destruction all around him, and he's like, you know what, I am going to be the deontologist. I'm going to be the ethics guy who stands by my principles. So screw it, I'm not going to fight you anymore. Evil wins. And like that kind of sucked. Like I think if it was Punisher, I think like this is why like I would still be pro reg or anti reg, even though Captain America stood down, is because I do think the anti reg had the moral argument there. Like I think the pro reg was helping the people who stand for the initiation of violence, right? Like they are the this whole sequence when he's beating the crap out of him. It's a callback to that Punisher thing, and right there, that's the moment it all comes to crap. So I don't think Punisher would murder Iron Man. I mean, maybe he would. You never know. I think it's valid to fight a superhero if that superhero is siding with the supervillain, right? But I don't think it's valid to fight a superhero if they're just doing the right thing and the moral thing. So yeah, C.S. Lewis and the Punisher. I think the Punisher was the real hero of it, and the fact that everybody else ignored him was their undoing. Like, and I'd just like to say, like I disavow, because I know like current year stuff. One of the things that you'd think like all these burning cities here and everything, like what about like Antifa, right? Like the anti-reg stuff, and because I know several Antifa people in my neighborhood. I come from a blue state, so we're very woke. And they're big fans of the Punisher too, right? They like the Punisher, and that's part of their thinking, is that well, we can go out and we can break stuff because we're doing the right thing, but are you actually doing the right thing, right? Here again, you get back to discernment and wisdom, and like you can follow your principles, but you have to make sure that they're the right principles, right? Build the Blizzard in the C.S. Lewis book, the third C.S. Lewis book. There's a character, a college professor who's old and gruff, and one character speaking to him, and he says something to the effect of, "Oh, well, I guess there's two ways of looking at everything, right? Trying to be diplomatic about like relativism and people having differences of opinions, right?" And Build a Blizzard gives a great line where he says, "There's dozens of ways of looking at everything until you know the right one, and then there's only one." Right? And basically the way I would take that in this context is that there's dozens of different principles that you can obey, authorities that you can obey, right? Like the police there, you could choose to obey them, or you could choose to obey the Wakanda Special Forces, or you could have all these different things that you can obey. But ultimately, there is that one principle that is the good to which you should aspire. And I think many people, like, the problem is finding that good to which you have to aspire. And I think the Punisher has it right. I think the Punisher has his principles in order, and I think most people don't. Like, a lot of anti-heroes don't, and a lot of people that want to be like the Punisher, right? Like one of my favorite kind of storyline archetypes is like someone who wants to be like the Punisher but then winds up screwing everything up, or like wants to be like the anti-hero but then he screws everything up. Johnny the Homicidal Maniac had a great storyline about that. Oddly enough, completely different tone and stuff, but so yeah, I think the Punisher and C.S. Lewis would have saved it. After One Punch Man. One Punch Man was was the main savior. But if people had to just listen to the Punisher when he shot those people in the face, things would have been great. The world would have been saved. They could have just gone out and shot everybody in the face, except for Maria Hill. I would let her live. She might need to be re-educated, with a little discipline or something. But everybody else just shoot him in the face. So, I don't know. What would you think of that? Would you agree? Was the Punisher the real hero of this book, or am I just biased because
Um,
I like it?
as I recall, when I read this event originally, I did end up texting to my brother at one point while I was in the middle of reading it, saying, "Huh, I kind of sympathize with the Punisher here when he's shooting supervillains in the face." So I think like fundamentally I did kind of agree with you when I read this the first time. Like the other one that I remember texting my brother about is Ben Grimm, because when he in the Fantastic Four
Oh
books,
yeah, yeah.
there's a point where Ben Grimm basically says "F this" and leaves and goes to France. Like, I think it was France, right? He he's like, you know what? This is happening in the U.S. I can just escape it all and go to some other country. And I was like, I kind of feel Ben
Uh,
Grimm's position too. Just
yeah,
F
no,
this.
actually,
F this. Like,
thank you for bringing that back up because that was actually.
yeah.
I mean, I said earlier that I cried at some part, but I didn't actually cry at that part. I was just saying that to be dramatic. Um, but
Yeah.
I did actually cry at the Ben part in what was it? Issue 7 or whatever, like the big penultimate, like the big fight where everyone's dying,
Yeah.
like the big fight
Yeah.
at the end. Um,
Yeah.
and like Ben is a character like I've never been too keen on Fantastic Four, and I
Yeah.
remember when I was reading Fantastic Four comics, like I was a little kid, like maybe like
Yeah.
6 or 7 at the barber shop, and he had like a big collection of Fantastic Four comics, and
Yeah.
I was looking more for like character design and is this guy cool? Does he look like a Rob Liefeld badass with lots of cool pockets
Yeah.
and guns and stuff like
Yeah.
that's the kind of stuff I was looking for. So Ben I
Yeah.
kind of glossed over, but I always really liked his character, and as I got older, right, like started getting into like my teenagers and whatever, and even like adulthood, I'd
Yeah.
kind of go back every once in a while and revisit it, and Ben has always been that character that I keep coming back and I'm like, oh, he's really sweet. Right?
Yeah.
He's
Yeah.
very endearing. He's very intelligent. He's very he's ugly as sin, but he's basically the Frankenstein monster character of
Yeah.
the Marvel universe. And there's a part right at the end of Civil War where everybody's fighting, right? And
Yeah. Yeah.
all of a sudden you see it cuts to Ben, and Ben he's not giving a crap about the fight. What he's doing
Yeah.
is like holding up debris so that the civilians don't get hurt. It's like, hey, are you going to help me
Yeah.
here? Because these
Yeah.
normal people aren't going to get, aren't going to save themselves or something to that effect. So
Right.
I thought that was great. I was like, oh yeah, Ben. Like if everyone was like I can deal with superheroes having differences of opinion. Like I thought it was fine that Captain America disagrees with Punisher and wants to punch him in the face, and Iron Man
Yeah.
disagrees with Captain America, and Spider-Man disagrees with Punisher, right? Like that's fine.
Yeah.
But I think if the entire superhero world was divided into Punishers and the Things, right, clobbering
Yeah.
times and let's shoot everybody in the face, right, then we wouldn't need to wait to go to heaven because it would already be here, right? So I really liked Ben. I mean, I kind of wish that they
Yeah.
had done more with him in the main Iron Man run up, because I mean they actually did more with Johnny than they did with Ben, which was and he spent most of the time gimped up in a, in a hospital bed.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
and Reed, obviously, I was really mad at Reed. I didn't like him very much. And Sue was fine. Like she was, again, I don't know how Sue was in the book. Like maybe this was written in back in 2020 and they just inserted it, because I know there were no women in comics before the current year. But like she was fine. But yeah, Ben.
Yeah,
Ben
no,
was
no
great.
strong women. Yeah.
Yeah, Ben was great. It's very simple. He just had his little moment in the sun, but that was just you felt like you were reading like a golden age comic again, right? Like, oh my god, these guys are superheroes.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey. So I don't know if they go more into that in the Fantastic Four issues of Civil War, and I'd be kind of sad to read them and to find out that Ben's actually some kind of brooding drug addict who wants to go trans and hates his parents or something. I don't know.
Oh no, nothing like that. It couldn't have been something like that because I wouldn't have sympathized with him otherwise. Like
yeah. Yeah, but he was great. I really liked him. Those were that was actually probably my favorite part. That Ben, that one panel with Ben helping people instead of beating up superheroes.
Yeah.
And I again I don't want to sound like I'm disavowing superheroes beating each other up, because I think that's great too. I love the idea of superheroes beating each other up, but. And I think if the whole book was just people helping civilians, it would have been boring, right?
Yeah.
So I understand where they're coming from on that, but you want to have at least that one part where they help somebody instead of just punching their friends in the face and being miserable all the time, right? Just to bring it back to like, what are we fighting for, and why is it important to be a superhero? FF haven't been written good lately. Hickman probably last great run. Yeah, probably. Again, I don't know much about FF, so I'm going to defer to your expertise. But they from what I have read, it wasn't that good.
Yeah, Slot's on them now, and I don't have any faith in Slot because he ruined Iron Man. So, or he further ruined, I should say. I did say earlier that Iron Man got his brain wiped at the end of the Civil War era and never came back. So
yeah, he went back to his home planet, and nobody ever saw him again, unfortunately.
Yeah, the Iron Man that's here now is like fake. That canon for me ends at the mind wipe.
Okay, because again, I don't keep up with Marvel. I know I keep saying this, but I want to preface this with I don't really keep up with Marvel. But what are the prospects? Because I know they brought Cap back to life, and he's a Hydra agent and everything. Was it ever explained like what happened? Was it a satisfactory explanation, or was it like a new universe or anything? Because I'm more used to like DC Comics and how everything's like a brand new universe, and they don't care about canon. They just kind of like oh, it was a time warp, or oh, it was a completely different world. It was a different planet. It was gorillas in a suit.
You're asking me how did they explain Hydra Cap?
Yeah, how do they explain everything post Civil War, like Cap coming back to life and Iron Man? I guess he gets brain wiped then, like he just gets brain wiped out of the blue and that's it. No more explanation.
Well, not out of the blue, but so basically, I think I suggested it before that post Secret Invasion, people lose. Secret Invasion is when the Skrulls attack, basically, and people blame Tony for that because he was head of S.H.I.E.L.D. at the time, and they thought that he should have been able to stop that. I think that's wrong. I think that's unfair in the universe to blame him for that. But that is what happens.
It may be unfair, but that's kind of the way it works. Like you want to have that power and you want to have that authority. You're going to be the one that gets blamed, whether you're the one at fault or not. So he got blamed. That's fitting.
Yeah, he got blamed, and people lost all trust in him. So what ended up happening is that Norman Osborn saves the day here, and he ends up being in charge of S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, that's, of course, a terrible thing because Norman Osborn is a bad guy, right? So Norman Osborn demands from Tony that he be given all the information from the registration files, like everyone's secret identities.
Oh wait, hold on, right, Geek. Just a minute. Are you telling me that this massive government program that controls all the world's corporations and all the world's superheroes and is building superheroes and has like flying space carriers and things is able to be controlled by a bad guy?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, yeah.
How did nobody ever see that coming? That's amazing.
Yeah,
God, you would have thought somebody would have tried to stop that, but yeah, okay, go on.
Which is why I'm not pro Reg, even though Tony is my favorite character, and I had to come up with all sorts of rationalizations for But so it gets taken over by a bad guy, and it's basically demanded of Tony that he hand over all the registration information, including everyone's secret identities and so on, right? So Tony decides that, well, the only way that I'm going to get out of this, because those files are in my head, is to basically erase my own brain. So he spends, I forget how many issues it was. It was like 11 issues of his slow suicide, essentially, as he gradually erases all of the knowledge in his head until he's basically a vegetable, after which he gets rebooted.
Yeah.
After which he gets rebooted. Yeah. So,
it's not a bad writer who's never read Iron Man. It's his brain's been wiped and he's a new character.
Yeah. Yeah, basically.
Yeah, that's too bad. Star Storyteller is giving a shout out to My Hero Academia. Are you familiar with that?
Hero Registry? Yep.
Yeah, I know. Marm is. Actually, no. I was going to say something.
Yeah,
I was
I've
going
read
to say
like the first couple of volumes.
Something about it, but it would have been wildly appropriate, so I just got myself inappropriate. So I just got myself, because we used to run booths at anime conventions, so my experience with My Hero Academia has probably been quite a bit different from
so that's what happens. That's what happens at the end for Tony. As for how is Hydra Cap explained, it's basically the Cosmic Cube. And with the Cosmic Cube, they basically make a new Steve. So the Steve that is alive now is not like the original Steve. It's a clone of Steve. And we have a clone of Steve. We have a clone of Tony too, FYI. So
the clone Steve has been a Hydra agent all along, but not the original. Then
I think it's the other way around.
Oh, the original was.
I think the original is Hydra Cap all along, and this clone is the good Steve.
Oh, that's horrible.
But I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
If it's the other way around, right? Like, again, I don't know much about that whole storyline. I do know the controversy.
I kind of to be honest, I don't know a whole lot about it either, because I kind of avoided it because it sounded so terrible.
If that's the new Cap, I'd be. I mean, not good with it, but I'd be like, okay, whatever. If it's the old Cap, that's absolute crap. So maybe someone who's fans of Cap can weigh in. But yeah, with My Hero Academia, was their registry as dysfunctional as the Marvel registry is, or winds up being later on? Do you happen to know? I know Marmaduke would know, because he's
Marmaduke would know. No, the only knowledge I have is for like the first book or so.
You are correct, I think.
First one says I'm correct. What am I correct about?
On what? The old Cap.
Probably about Hydra.
I think that's what I was afraid of.
That's why I avoided that storyline. I did not read that storyline, because once I started hearing about it, I was like, F that. I'm not even like, I'm aware that it exists, but I have no intention of ever
the really great thing, though, because I've been thinking about this a lot, I'm really looking forward to it, is when all the Zoomers come in and take over comics, and they kick all the millennials out of the comic industry, right? No hate to millennials, I'm a millennial too, but we suck. But when like the Zoomers and the post-Zoomers come in, and then they retcon like Captain Marvel or something as being a Donald Trump supporter the entire time, like that's going to be fun. That's going to be fun when that happens.
That'd be awesome. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, mwahaha, I was actually on 4chan posting Peppy memes.
Yeah. Oh, well, I said in one of my Twitter advertisements of this that I was also going to share like why I think they're going to make Tony Stark gay eventually.
Haven't they done that already? Not yet.
I mean, not actually, kind of, sort of. Like, if you look at Superior Iron Man, there is one scene where in Superior Iron Man, this is when Tony is evil because basically his moral compass has been inverted through a magic
He goes
spell.
Nate Cirque, huh? He goes Nate Cirque. I don't know. You don't read Chris Chan, right? So anyone who reads Chris Chan, you know the reference. Wink, wink. But
yeah. So they so when he is evil for that very short-lived run of Tom Taylor's, I think it's Tom Taylor. Yeah. There is one little like panel or scene in which it is implied that he is having essentially a bisexual orgy.
Okay.
So
that makes sense.
So it's kind of like a little bit. It's kind of like what Zach was saying in one of his recent videos about how, like, the past couple of years they have kind of been seeding the ground for Tim Drake being gay, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well,
that's why I think it is possible that they might go in that direction because there is some ground seeded. Like,
okay. Yeah. Well, that's interesting you bring that up because I mean, this is probably just my mind, but I know I was giggling a bit when you brought up one of those old panels where he was in the car talking to what was it, Kooning, the guy in the car about setting up the reg.
Yeah.
And he makes a comment about covering each other's asses.
Yeah.
And I kind of giggled at that, because like the whole seduction of the innocent, super dickery stuff. Like, are you familiar with those? Yeah. With like those blogs and things?
Really.
Okay, no. Well, I'm not really going to go into it because it's a bit prurient and childish. Yeah. But there used to be all this stuff about like how comic books were corrupting people and putting all this like homoeroticism and Satan worship and stuff, and the seduction of the innocent book was like this big thing in the comic book world, which I'm sure you guys know. But there was a blog.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what you're
online.
About now. Yeah.
But there was a blog online that was inspired by this to go back and look through all these old comic books for things that were, like you could take them out of context and they were really kind of, blue. There was a famous panel of Joker getting really mad at Batman because Batman gave him a boner, and he's going on this big rant. There was some like a boner crime, like it meant like a crime where he looked like an idiot, right? Yeah. Like back in the 1930s or whatever it was written. But of course, nowadays we read it and it's just like 3 panels of Joker screaming about Batman giving him a boner and how he wants to give Batman a boner and all this stuff. So like stuff like that, right? like the whole seduction of the innocent kind of thing. So maybe that was just me picking up on something, or maybe they really are turning the frogs gay. Maybe that is actually a thing. Maybe they're actually seeding the ground with like hey, maybe Tony could be gay. I don't know. You never know.
Well, Warzard thinks that Slott is going to make Franklin Richards Namor's son. Yeah, because there was a period of time where Sue Storm basically separated from Reed, and they were and divorce was, and she was staying with Namor at the time. So
yeah, because they make reference to that in some of the Civil War issues too, and he denies. He goes like full Michael Jackson, Billie Jean. I don't know who she is. But it's a bit sus. So maybe.
But maybe.
As long as it doesn't turn out that Sue Storm's actually been like a biological male the whole time, and like something like that might be a bridge too far. Like I'd be okay with Franklin Richard being Nemo's son, but
Yeah.
just look how he is drawn now. How is he drawn? Oh God, he's hideous.
Oh God.
Uh,
Actually, I was gonna pull this up.
I don't know. There's a lot of different.
Yeah, but I was gonna say, so like I think it's not. I think the probability that they're gonna make Tony gay is non-zero, and I can anticipate every argument that people are gonna make in defense of that, even though we were talking in a pre-show one time about the fact that he's had, you know, a large number of female love interests.
Yeah, but
right?
that's what you call a beard. Come on, right, Geek? It's a beard. He's just pretending. I mean, look, he's the comics are a visual medium, right? And look at that panel you have right up there in the shot, right? What has he got on his chin? That's a beard, right? And he's upset. He's crazy. He's crying. That's because he's secretly gay and he's pretending not to be gay. So this whole thing is just about Iron Man denying his own homosexuality, and you just don't understand it. They're trying to tell you stuff by him growing the beard and crying. He's very sensitive.
Yeah, so. And crying over Captain America.
Yeah, see, that's because he's gay for Captain America, because he's in love with Captain America. See, look, it's Achilles, crying over his battle buddies. It's the old like Batman and Robin, because it's implied that he was kind of taken under the wing of Captain America too, right? Like it's not exactly like a Batman Robin, like clearly homosexual, creepy thing going on, but I could see how
they're roughly the same. They're not the same age chronologically, but they're the same age biologically,
physically,
because he was
biologically,
physically,
But still,
so
I mean,
he
was still a character that Iron Man looked up to and kind of saw as at least like a big brother figure, right? So, you never know. I mean, I could see if I'm like some millennial who spent like 3 semesters in LGBT studies and I get a job at Marvel, that's where I'm going. I can see that happening.
We laugh, but that's you're laughing, but that's because you don't read Marvel fan fiction on AO3. So. Oh
no, well I mean I'm aware of fan fiction. I don't read it because I'm not a chick, but I do know it, and I mean like slash fiction has been everywhere for a while. And again, like as I was bringing up the My Hero Academia stuff, you don't go to conventions that are staffed largely by Fujoshi, crazy. I'm not going to get into it, but I'm familiar with the internet. So, but I guess the question is whether or not that will be ever translated into official Marvel stuff, right? Whether the fan will ever become canon.
When the Tim Drake thing went down recently, I thought to myself, this might happen with Iron Man, and the same thing would go down. Like, and I was thinking in my head, I can think of all the things that all the pro-gay Tony people are gonna say. I can anticipate that argument, and it'll be more of the same. Oh, he was crying over Captain America, because of course men can't actually have emotional connections with each other unless they're gay. It's like Zach said. It's like Zach says. They sound like the homophobes of the 1980s. Oh, you really like your best male friend, huh? Yeah. That's because you're gay for him. You want to,
Yeah, well, it's the same exact people. I mean, it doesn't. Wait, I don't want to get too far into non-comic stuff, but I know people keep bringing up this idea of like horseshoe theories, and you go so far along the line. I actually don't think horseshoe theory is a thing.
Yeah.
Because I don't think it's a horseshoe. I think it's actually it's just the same position, right? It's not a line that's wrapped around. It's the exact same. It's just point theory, right? You know, the kind of people that were, you know, crazy fundies and homophobes back in the 1980s, right? You know, that's become not the popular line anymore, but they still, people with that same sort of personality trait and that same kind of inclination, right? They still exist. Only now they're the ones who are like, oh yeah, we're totally in love with gays, and gays are, you know, you got to be gay if you like your friend. You know, everyone's gay, yeah. Right? You know, that kind of stuff. So I don't believe in the whole horseshoe theory, like the homophobes are the same as the wokies. I think it's just the same point. It's just a new generation of people on the exact same position. They've just kind of changed up the words and the language a bit. But whole Japanese culture of having a registry and having to be a part of the community and group, it really makes sense. Again, I mean, like with the Japanese, stuff. I mean, even Civil War kind of acknowledges that in like one of the aftermath things, going into like, well, Japan was really enthusiastic and they had their own kind of version all lined up already. I know One Punch Man is a big critique of the Japanese like idol industry, like the celebrity idoling industry. I don't know if you guys are familiar with it, but there's a whole big rabbit hole with that. And I would imagine I haven't read anywhere near as much My Hero Academia as One Punch Man, but I imagine they kind of get into that kind of stuff too, as well. So yeah, I think the whole culture has that kind of attitude, and it's a little bit different, I think, from the American attitude. Like the American attitude, especially in like 2006 and onwards, like the post 9/11, which I don't want to get into the whole 9/11 Afghanistan thing, given the fact that we'll get shut down for being fake news. But obviously that's kind of coming back to a head, and it's never really left us since 20 years ago, or even back in the 90s with Waco and Ruby Ridge and everything. But with like the American take on it, I think is a lot darker than the Japanese. Like the Japanese are very open about this kind of weird registry culture, and it's neurotic and it's messed up. Like I don't know if you guys remember that lady that had to shave her head because she got caught going on a date when she was like a corporate idol or something. Right? She was on the idol register. But yeah, I think the American one is much darker. It's a very sort of like Cold War CIA attitude that Americans have. No offense to Americans, I'm sure many of you are nice people, but there is that grim kind of shield underpinning to your registries where it's all military industrial complex. And, they do acknowledge that there is some weakness with the system. A lot of people are actually vigilantes, hence the vigilante line, which I haven't read yet, or much of academia. Yeah, well, again, like that's something I loved about One Punch Man. Was the fact that, you know, Saitama, like he does eventually get a job with the superhero registry, but before that, he's just, you know, he doesn't care. He's just out.
He doesn't care. He's just laying around in his bed, unmotivated. I read the first volume, so I know first couple of volumes. So yeah.
Well, if you ever want to do a whole thing on that, I'd be happy to come in. I've been thinking of doing some like presentations on it myself, because I know I saw Josh Scorcher, the Brony analyst, do some stuff on One Punch Man live, and he completely missed the point of One Punch Man, and it got me so angry that everybody was hanging on his words, and I was like, oh god, Josh Scorcher, you're crazy. But Seduction of the Innocent, the Rather, was actually a communist. The author or the Rather, the author. Author probably was actually a communist.
Yeah.
Was he actually a communist, really? I mean, I wouldn't be like super surprised, but it's possible. Yeah, and actually, that's well with One Punch Man again, because it's very much like what happens after you set up the registry. Like it's a good post Civil War dystopia thing. And with the deduction of the innocent, yeah, he could be a communist. One thing that I've always been kind of like, this is probably going to get me kicked off the channel, so we're already quite a ways into it. So hopefully I don't miss too much after I get kicked off. But I've I've always been I've had misgivings about superhero comics for many years, ever since I was a kid, right? I think it's one of the reasons why I was always gravitating more towards anime and video games than superheroes.
Yeah.
Was the fact that I've always viewed superheroes as being like a fascist power fantasy, right? At its core. And I'm not saying that everyone that reads a superhero comic is a fascist, or that, you know, it's all rotten and all the superheroes are evil. But I do think that there's something very grim about that idea that you go out and you solve all your problems by punching the villains in the face, right? Like you've got definite good and you've got definite evil, and violence is the answer to the problems. And I know that's going to come off as weird, given that I've spent this entire stream talking about how much I love the Punisher and how I think the Punisher's right.
Yeah.
But again, it gets back to I would defend myself prematurely by saying it gets back to that idea of discernment and gnosis, right? It's knowing which people are the real Nazis that you should punch in the face, and which people are just, you know, like some kid that wants to grill, right? You know, it's backyard.
Yeah.
And yes, in some superhero stories, I would say that, yeah, okay, like I'm on board. You know, I think Jubilee's got the right idea. I think Wolverine's got the right idea. Remy's just kind of out to get some poon from Rogue, but that's also the right idea. You know, if you're in the right mood for it. So yeah, you know, go ahead. But there's still that easy little slip, right? Like just like in C.S. Lewis, where you have a perfectly rational discussion with Satan in the physician's body, and then he gives you this one little slip, and all of a sudden you're down and you're pro-reg, and you've built a shield that can be taken over by supervillains, and it's all horrible. So, that's actually something that I've always kind of maybe not sided with the woke crowd, like the sort of anti-comic crowd, but I do think that there's room for criticism of superheroes as sort of fascist enforcers, especially with the idea of regulations. Again, because I'm very libertarian. You say regulation, and I automatically start getting skeptical, and that's something not so much in Marvel. Like one of the reasons that I appreciated Marvel was that it was less sort of. I mean, Captain America is very flag wavy, right? But DC was even more so on that kind of, you know, we got to be law and order, and we're the comics code guys, and we're everything by the book, and blah 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 blah. And you know, when you kind of like deconstruct Superman or something, like I'm on board with that, but I don't know. I don't know where I'm going with it. Like I guess I could see where a storyline like this could be really good, could be really important, could work really well, and even if it ends up with people getting salty because some of their favorite superheroes wind up being jerks or something, you know, maybe I wouldn't want to do that. Maybe I would want to introduce like some new superheroes, like for a couple years in the run up, just to get you used to the superheroes and get you sympathizing with them, and then pull the rug out. But I could see something like Marvel Civil War working quite well if it was handled by somebody else, and if it wasn't what it was, it would have been good. I guess.
Yeah.
Which you could say about anything bad, but.
Yeah, agreed. And yeah, the fact that they were using established character or an established character as the face of Protag, right?
Yeah.
That's anyone who is an Iron Man fan like me, that they all say the same thing, that Civil War is the eternal weight. It is the thorn in our sides that
Yeah, I can.
that it gets thrown in our face all the time, right? And
That's, I mean, I'm sure that happens. I would say that's not really fair.
yeah,
Again, I don't have a lot of baggage with Iron Man, but I would say that just going into Civil War, and I know I read it when it came out, but that was like 15 years
yeah,
ago, and I haven't, haven't thought about
yeah,
it since.
yeah,
But just going in it like mostly fresh again. Iron Man was the most interesting character, possibly the most sympathetic character. Not the only sympathetic character, but he was the most interesting character, and I don't really blame him. I think he was an idiot, and
yeah,
I think he should have lost. But you know, it is what it is, right? You know,
yeah.
he's a good man who does bad things for good reasons.
Yes, and and that's ultimately the conclusion I came to, and the rationalizations I came to, right? But I still like it's still, I get tweaked a little bit when I hear on Comics YouTube people just making offhand remarks that Tony Stark was a villain in Civil War, because I don't think that's right. I don't think that's right. It really bothers me. Like
Stark Biden
really,
when Stark Biden 2020 Stark Harris or something, you know.
yeah.
God.
Fujoshi, man.
Yeah. That's a callback to before. That's I don't want to go into that, but we know, you know.
Yeah, we know. Yeah. So anyway, we're past the 4 hour mark now, and I
Oh
think
God,
I
really?
need to. Yeah, really.
Okay. Yeah. All right.
So, do you have any? Is there anything that we have not covered that you would like to quickly cover before we end for the night?
Oh God. Besides our asses. Oh yeah. Okay. There was one thing. Casualties of war. I was
Yeah,
writing down my notes, and I noticed
yeah,
that they had on page 35 of Casualties of War, they had
yeah.
bad form in their punches, and that really annoyed me. They were doing a punch, and they put the wrists back, right?
Yeah.
So if they actually hit somebody, they would have been hitting them with like their forefingers, and it would have snapped their wrists. And I was like, as
Yeah.
kung fu experts, these guys should not be punching like that. So I give this a 2 out of 10, and I would not recommend Casualties of War. The rest of Civil War is great. You may not believe the horseshoe theory, but the slippery slope is. Oh yeah, well actually, I don't believe slippery slope either, because I think slippery slope presupposes that there's a chain of things that will happen one after another, and that it's just going to lead to something through like a slope that you're sliding. And I don't think that's true at all. I think it's just free fall, right? I think there's just the principle, and the principle implies all the rest of the stuff. So it's not so much a slippery slope as it is just like I don't know, like a trap door that opens and you fall.
Yeah.
Right?
Basically, what you're saying is what you're saying is no.
Yeah.
What you're
What I'm
saying
really
is
saying.
once you violate a principle, then everything that happens after that is a consequence of violating that principle.
Oh
Is
yeah,
that what you're trying to say?
especially if you violate the principle by adopting a new principle, right? And this is something.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Again, I'm not going to get you deplatformed, so I'll just say like the Chris Chan kind of stuff, like the stuff that's been going on with him, as well as like the cuties on Netflix stuff. Wink, wink.
Yeah.
Right, that's been kind of something that conservatives have been very worried about, and they're using it as examples of why slippery slope is true. I don't think it's slippery slope. I think it's just the principle is being followed, right? People have established a principle.
The logical conclusion. Yeah.
It's the logical conclusion of the thing. It's not a slope that you're sliding down. It is the door opens, and to link it up with Civil War, right? It's not a slippery slope that Tony Stark has this regulation, and he gets this giant centralized military-industrial complex superhero group,
Yeah.
and then all of a sudden it gets taken over by bad guys, right? I think
Yeah,
that is the logical consequence of what happens. Like it's not
Yeah,
necessarily
yeah.
going to be a bad guy tomorrow, but it could be a bad guy in the future, and it will be a bad guy at some point. So if you have this system in place where the bad guy can have that ultimate power over all these different superheroes, right?
Yeah.
Then everything's bad. So I guess my thesis for this whole thing, besides that One Punch Man would have saved everything and the Punisher was right, is defund the regulation, defund superheroes. All superheroes are bastards, right? Do it, defund them all. But yeah, I think that's just the consequence. That's where it was going to end up, regardless.
Yeah. And it was Tony's fatal flaw that he did not see that was going to be the.
I think again, like just like the Lord of the Rings, like I think he knew that there was that capacity for bad, and he knew that the system he was getting into was evil, but he thought that he was the Boromir and the Saruman and even the Galadriel and Gandalf at one point. He thought that he could handle it and that he could be the one to make the ring work for good rather than evil, and and now we see what a shambles Marvel's in. So that don't trust anyone over 30.
And then just to reiterate my thesis, is that my thesis vis-a-vis Tony Stark, that he was black-pilled, number one, and that also he was being influenced by this new super serum that he had injected himself with, essentially, that has jacked him up to such an extraordinary degree that the underlying confidence in his own ability and the underlying utopian notions and temper and all that stuff got dialed up to such a point that he could believe that he could control this thing that was so very obviously going to be bad, right?
So I guess I mean I don't want to. So what you're really saying is here, but would this be fair to say? Let's say that the big tragedy of Tony Stark is that he's black-pilled and that he makes bad choices and things.
Yes.
Would it be fair? And he's got the drugs. Like the drugs are the big thing, right? The drugs and the black pill. So would it be fair to say that the overall message for all the viewers and everybody watching this is don't take the black pill, take the golden pill. Go out, exercise, don't do drugs, and have children. Just like C.S. Lewis said. Be positive, live a positive life, and better yourself. And then you won't wind up like. Would that be fair?
Yeah, that'd be fair. Yeah.
Clean your room.
I don't hear anything that I could oppose in that.
We need to shoot Jordan Peterson up with the extremist serum and turn him into a superhero so he can tell you to clean your room. Or would that be? Or would then he go crazy and turn into like a clean room villain or something that vacuums up all the money in like Fort Knox or something? I don't know. You never know.
We don't know. Yeah. And I mean, Execute Program, like we went over, seemed to suggest that extremist was just going to make you crazy and paranoid. Oh, and the other thing is, the reading that you didn't get to also says that extremist is something that only some people can take. You have to have a particular genetic code. Yeah.
Okay.
And everyone else, if you don't have that code, you just die.
Okay. Yeah. There's a lot of stuff like that in various things, like Resident Evil is really big on that. Yeah. Also play Resident Evil. That's the message of Civil War. Play Resident Evil. That's fun.
Yeah. Play Resident Evil.
Yeah.
And yes, clean your room and have children and exercise and don't take drugs.
Yeah. And bring back Jubilee.
And no, you can't. And also no, you can't control a large government organization as soon as you empower them to do things that take away
Yeah.
people's liberty.
God, I hate that because just especially Reed, that little putz. But I keep picturing them as as like Google employees, like going into Google and
Yeah,
just being like, "Hey, we're going to change the world," blah 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 blah, and then next thing you know, Green Goblin is launching bombs at people, and he's the cop, so it's okay for him to do it. It's like, oh God,
yeah.
uh, just don't be evil, right? Don't try to be good, just don't be evil, right? Please,
Yeah,
for
yeah.
God's sake.
Please, yeah.
Unless you're the
And
Punisher, you know.
yeah, and if and be very, very careful in deciding that what we need is government regulation to do something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Decentralize as much as possible.
And
Like I
also,
know,
and don't
I know
listen to the Karens.
the what?
The Karens.
Oh yeah,
In my notes, in my notes, I called Miriam Sharp Stanford Karen.
yeah.
Like,
She is kind of a Karen. I mean, I was wondering if it was I mean, because this was prior to like Sandy Hook and stuff, but I was wondering if it
yeah,
was like a reference to like Camp Casey and those ones. Which I mean, maybe it wasn't because Camp Casey was anti-war, and it probably would have been um, something that the writers of Civil War appreciated.
yeah,
Because I got the impression. Well, actually, I'm not even sure. Like, I don't want to go on for another half hour, but I wasn't even
yeah,
sure where their sympathies lay. Because I don't think they presented a very good case for being anti-reg. I think they actually presented a better case for being pro-reg throughout the course of the book.
yeah.
Um,
And there are people who have actually written essays presenting the Galaxy Brain take that their intention was to make Tony the hero.
yeah, I mean that's the impression I got just from Civil War. Like, not reading any of my own stuff into it. Like, if I was just to step back and take it at face value
Yeah,
without trying to deconstruct it, I'd be like, yeah, okay, Reg's good, and that could very well be part of the plan. Again,
yeah,
the boys. I don't know if anybody's watching The Boys. It's sometimes it's a good show, sometimes it's an
mhm,
okay show, but it's a very evil show. It's a very
yeah,
lizardy show, and I think
yeah,
in many ways it's being done to like it's the kind of show that I wanted to watch, and now that I'm watching it, I'm like, oh God, maybe I shouldn't have.
yeah,
But I think in many ways it's that kind of like they're conditioning you to be to be siding with bad stuff, right?
with the lizards. Yeah,
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 they're conditioning you to side with lizards, so it's entirely possible. Again, getting back to my misgivings about superhero comics in general was this
yeah,
idea that it was in many ways a fascist power fantasy, and while there are a lot of individual superheroes who are really fun characters, um, a lot of individual story arcs that are genuinely good and moral,
mhm,
and even if they're not moral, then at least they're fun. Like even Civil War had that shot of She-Hulk's hindquarters with the ripped costume, which was
yeah.
interesting. Not that I noticed it, but a lot of fun things in comics, but you do have to be cognizant of what you're reading and what you're taking in,
Mm,
because some of it's junk food, and a little bit of junk food's fine, but you don't want to get old and fat um, like Movie Bob or what's his name, the guy on the internet that's fat, you know what I'm talking
yeah,
about.
yeah. I got that guy on the internet is fat. That really
Yeah,
narrows it
that
down.
one
Yeah,
guy who's fat and he does stuff that's ridiculous, right? You don't want to be that
yeah,
ridiculous guy.
yeah.
um, yeah. So, I mean, does chat have anything they wanted to add, or it might be delayed actually, because I know a lot of the
Yeah.
chat responses have been for stuff that's
Delayed a little bit. Yeah.
see you all later. Okay, yeah, see you all later.
Yep. Yeah. I think we are going to be wrapping up here. So.
Wait, we're coming up on
Thank you.
4:20. 4:20
Yeah.
in a minute
So
and a half.
yeah. So Thank you, Punchy, for coming on, even though there's a hurricane.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I
We're
mean,
evacuating. Yeah,
it's not really hit yet, and I'm,
yeah,
well, I don't want to dox myself, but it'll be hairy, but I think I'll be fine, and if not,
yeah,
I might evacuate. So we'll see. It'll
yeah,
be tomorrow morning, I think that things get bad. So if you
yeah.
never hear from me again, it was fun. Thank you for having me. Tell Mom
You're
hi.
welcome.
Uh,
I will tell Marm hi,
and
and
do you
hopefully
have any?
he'll leave a comment on the bottom of this video later
Yeah,
with
I mean,
his thoughts.
maybe we could do a part two because we actually, I mean,
Yeah,
we breezed through Civil War, but we could probably go back and do stuff.
we
Or
could go
if you,
back and go deeper if we wanted to,
yeah, because
and that would give you an opportunity to read Haunted since you didn't find that one. So
yeah, I'll have to look that up. That's not in
yeah.
the Civil War um, library, right? That
No,
was like an
that
extra
it
thing.
happened afterwards. Yeah,
Okay,
it happened afterwards while Tony was director of Shield.
yeah, because
But
I've got everything
but
up to What If Civil
yeah,
War in 2008. Um,
yeah. Oh, and the what if is interesting too. We could talk about that as well
okay, yeah, I haven't read
because
that. Just send
the
me a
what
list
if,
of stuff for part two, and I'll check that out.
yeah, yeah. I'll send everybody a list of here's some other things we can talk about. Yeah.
Okay. And
All
that'll
right.
give Marm a chance to weigh in on My Hero Academia and
Yeah, yeah.
too. So,
Uh, but yes, thank you for coming, and thank you to the people in the chat who contributed. And we'll probably pick this up in a part two at some later date. Thank you for listening, and thank you to all of you who will be listening asynchronously at a later date.
okay, good one.